Tonight, a chance to see how drivers begin a brand new season. A chance for drivers to go full throttle at the World Center of Racing. A chance for drivers like Reggie Kime or Michael Wade to try and make history when it comes to the Mystic Racing League. Today, VSPEED is happy to have coverage of the MRL 500 at Daytona to begin its 2025 season here from Daytona Beach, Florida, here on iRacing. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to today's coverage. I'm Justin Prince. Alongside the booth for today's race is Nick Stein. DJ Line is our producer for today as we get set to go racing for 500 miles to begin a brand new campaign. A lot to talk about when it comes to today, Nick. We're at Daytona. A chance for drivers to begin on the right foot for a brand new season. And for these competitors, it is number 6 when it comes to the MRL 500 in terms of its history.
Yes, for sure. We are expecting a very high-intensity race here today here at the Daytona International Speedway. 31 degrees worth of banking these guys have to deal with. And the sports cars, they've had their fun with their 24-hour race. It's now time for the roar of American V8s to take over the World Center of Racing, and it is expected to be a good one here tonight.
Of course, in Daytona Beach, Florida, where these drivers will be at that World Center of Racing history. It's been made here since the 1950s, as just touched upon. These drivers are going to be in a position where they're going to be battling and trying to figure out their strategies. If you can execute not only strategy, but luck, perseverance, and strategy, you might find your way to victory lane here today. Here's a look at your schedule for this series. These drivers just a couple days ago already competing in the duels to set up their grid slots, Nick, but a full season going all the way to October.
Yeah, full length, full season that these guys have to deal with. They're going to be going everywhere that real NASCAR goes. And it's going to be a fun series to follow. And it all starts here with the biggest race of the year, the Daytona 500.
Let's take the opportunity now to get ready for your national anthem. Please rise and stand your national anthem here from Daytona. Just had word that we are going straight to the starting grid for today as these drivers get themselves ready to go for today as we're just about set to go full throttle action from Daytona. Drivers getting themselves in position for today. 30 drivers are set up on the racetrack as they prepare themselves for today's action. Let's take a look at your starting grid for today. Front row, that's Adam Holston and Bobby Rafferty who will start up front. They had the fastest qualifying times heading into the duels last week. Then it's Jeremy Pacer who will start alongside Daryl Young. They'll start things up front after the duels. Then is Zachary Kane and Derek Jewett, who will start inside the top 6 spots. Caleb Hunt and Stephen McComas will start in 7th and 8th position today. Then rounding out your top 10, it's Columbus, Indiana's Michael Wade, alongside the Perrysburg, Virginia driver of Harold Tucker III. Rather, on those spots shuffling around here, Nick.
Starting off in your 11th spot, the man going for history, going for the first time to make it 4 Daytona 500 wins is going to be Reggie Kime. Starting right next to him is going to be Alex Pollock. Isaac Brock going to be starting in that 13th spot with Craig Hawkins right next to him. Christian Barnes in 15th with Landon Stoker in 16th. Joey Beam going to be starting in 17th here tonight. Ben Apperly down in that 18th spot. Rounding out your top 20 tonight is going to be Aaron Espy and David Moyer.
So look at your top 20 as the 21st spot going to Tony Brennan tonight. Andrew Allen will start in 22nd. 23rd goes to Robert McKay. Andrew Show back in 24th. 25th goes the way of Brock Hawkins with Brett Wynn, who will start in the 26th position. 27th goes to Jared Knopfsnyder. Then it's Joshua Thornton, who will start in 28th position. Rounding out the drivers in the field here today, Zach White and David Wallace rounds out the 30 drivers that are in session for today's action. So touch upon Matt, you're running over here for today's race this week. Get ourselves in position and ready to go here, Nick. First things first, let's talk about the race itself. 200 laps. It's going to be a long day to plan things out. What are some of your keys to a good race to start off a new campaign?
Well, obviously, you know my favorite saying about the plate races here tonight. It is a 200-mile-an-hour game of chess. Who do you want to work with? Where do you want to be? Do you want to be up front? Do you want to be in the back? Do you want to be in the middle? Obviously, you got to hit pit road good. If you get a speeding penalty here, that is a death sentence. That is a minimum of 1 lap lost here at Daytona. And having 1 lap, or being 1 lap down at Daytona under green flag conditions is not a fun time. So hit your pit road good. Figure out who your teammates are going to be tonight, who you're going to work with, who is your best friend on track when it comes down to that white flag. And lastly, are you going to leave your friends out to dry for this win, or are you going to help them get a win? It is all about the mental game for these plate races, and it is all about how you want to play at the last 50 laps of this race.
Your race analysis on screen, by the way. Remember, there are stages in this series. Stages are at lap 60, 120, and then to the end. So 60, 60, and 80 the divide. Pit road speed limit 55 miles an hour. Only 4 tire sets available in the pit lane for today's race. We are using the iRacing fixed setup as well, by the way. So keep that in mind for some of the drivers in the draft today. So these drivers getting themselves just about in position to roll themselves off pit road here, Nick. It should be an interesting time. You have a lot of drivers getting themselves ready to see what they can do here, but only 2 names, as touched upon, have won in this series, in this event. You have Reggie Kime, who's picked up 3 wins in this event. You have Michael Wade, who's picked up 2 back in 2022 and 2023. Do you see one of those drivers breaking through to continue to make history, or do you see someone else breaking their way through to become the 3rd different winner in this event?
Well, you got to look at it like this. It's that old saying, anything can happen, especially here at Daytona International Speedway. Nobody knows what's going to happen in 200 laps time. Nobody knows where anyone is going to be. I honestly think it's a effort in futility to try and predict who's going to win this race, because there's going to be so much that happens in the next 3.5 to 4 hours and 200 laps. You just have no idea what's going to happen. You have no idea who's going to be where, and it is going to be a very fun race, and I can guarantee you these drivers are very, very nervous. And it goes back to that old saying, if you're not nervous, you don't care. So nerves are high here for these guys here as they're coming to the green flag.
Quick reminder, by the way, tonight's race going to be brought to you by 3 different partners or sponsors for the start of the season. THDesigns. Also tonight brought to you by Waze for today. Waze Cycles, specifically based in Columbus, Indiana. And by Sofa News. Happy to have them on for today's action. We start off the brand new season. Your final thoughts before we get to the green flag here today?
Yeah, like I said, this is just going to be a game of chess for these guys. Who's going to be able to come out on top? Who's going to be able to keep that mental block out of the way in order to be able to do what is needed to win this race? It is going to be 200 laps here tonight, as we've said multiple times, so there is no need to do anything dumb in the first 100 laps of this race. This race really doesn't start until the final 50 laps, I feel like.
Happy with us here on VSPEED. It's the start of a new season. It's the MRL 500 at Daytona. Holston and Rafferty on the front row. Green flag is out. We're underway from Daytona. Working their way through 3 and 4. Bobby Rafferty with the help of Daryl Young jumping the way quickly up top side. So the Ancient World Gaming Machine leads the first lap, and it looks like there's some problems for the 8 machine already having to come down to pit road.
I believe he was given a drive-through penalty to start this race. I am not sure what it was for, though.
Yeah, that is unfortunate to start things off for today. Already having to go down pit road, but the outside line, a lot of people were practicing this in the session, working their way up topside and trying to build momentum as some people drop back.
Yeah, that's one thing these guys have to remember. This iRacing fixed setup is incredibly loose at these plate tracks, and it is very hard to push and make runs, meaning this outside line is going to be the all-time preferred line here today. Everyone is going to want to be on that outside line, as it is just so much faster than the inside, but you can make the inside work if you have enough help behind you. And we can see right now that inside line is trying to get organized, but it is just not going anywhere at the moment.
Yeah, the inside line already dropping to the edge of the top 10 at the moment, as the choo-choo train effect, as we well know it to be in that regard. Just got confirmation it was a pass-through penalty for jumping the initial start. Remember, you have to start in the restart box and from the green from Barney to be able to prevent an in-sim black flag, and it looks like the 8 got the pass-through as a result of going too early.
That's what I was talking about earlier. You cannot make any mistakes early on, as we're already starting to see a little bit of shuffling around here on this inside line. They're getting a little bit crazy there as they're trying to make as much time as they can on this inside line to start this race. As I was saying, though, you cannot make mistakes to start this race, and a drive-through penalty on lap 1 that is going to set you back for a long time, and he is going to be on the struggle bus for the rest of this race.
Looking up for Alex Pollock at the moment. He's right now one of the drivers at the bottom of the racetrack, trying to make things work down there. See his driver cam just laser focused at the moment.
Oh, we're about to be 3 wide here for just a moment on lap number 3, or excuse me, lap number 4, as people are still trying to get a little bit organized here on this bottom line, as we have one dropping down to the bottom now.
The 5-star racing driver dropping on down in front. That is Hunt. Caleb Hunt has the Martin Truex Jr. throwback. Of course, he's one of the drivers going to be running in the real-world Daytona 500 as a result of getting an opportunity with Tricon Garage to be able to run that event again. But now we'll have to see what happens, especially knowing we already have 2 packs, by the way. 3, in fact. 17 cars are in the main pack. 5 seconds back is 18 to 24th. 25th all the way to 30th are 10 seconds back of the leader.
Yeah, that's going to be a thing we see a lot here. People are not wanting to be in this lead pack because things get crazy in this lead pack. Things happen that are almost unexplainable, and these guys that are falling back off this main pack are trying to play it smart here. They're just trying to play survival of the fittest here. They're trying to be there at lap 199 to have a chance to win this race, which is a smart play here. It's 200 laps. There is no need to push whatsoever, and from the looks of it, this lead pack is getting a little bit antsy, it looks like.
It's a little bit. Here's the second pack, though. They're also getting a little bit antsy, too, in terms of trying to hold on to the line, it looks like, at the moment. In fact, trying to see what they can do momentum-wise. McKay and Brennan pushing out the bottom of the racetrack. These drivers need to build a lot of momentum if they want to keep up with the 46 flats that the leaders are running. They're running 46 sixes.
Yeah, you can just see how antsy this fixed setup is on iRacing. It is a very, very light setup. It gets incredibly light, especially at the rear of the car, which is the most important part for pushing and trying to make as much time as you can. And you could just see these guys are struggling a little bit to start this race. And as the track starts to rubber in a little bit, as you see right there, Robert McKay getting very loose. He's actually going to have to drop out a line here.
Gonna go right to the back of this pack. He had been running in the 18 spot, mind you, in that grouping. It's a nervous time for some drivers, you'd have to think, as these tires wear. But the experience still thriving up front. Rafferty, who has ran in a lot of different series and a lot of different disciplines, continuing to lead. You're looking at Derek Jewett, who is currently holding on to the 3rd position.
Yeah, Yeah, that outside line, you can, if we could just get a static shot of this outside line, they are way more organized than this inside line, and for good reason, too. This is exactly how you're supposed to push at a plate track with this next-gen car. You have that third car as basically an air buffer, and you can just see the type of runs they're getting.
Yeah, lots of build-up so far we've seen from those lines, especially the outside at the moment. Inside starting to get something together at the very least. And mind you, the reason they have so much distance here too, you have to remember, is you get too close, you potentially have a lot of side draft that can come into play here. A lot of these drivers trying to avoid that.
Yeah, as we get later and later into into this race, and as we get towards the end of these stages, side drafting is going to become a big part of this race and how everything is going to go as the inside line starting to fall apart just a little bit. One drops out, and that is going to take all the wind out of the sails of that inside line.
Yeah, that move, by the way, on the bottom you're talking about just cost Jeffrey good pace through the draft. Traffic now choosing the top of the racetrack. That is Adam Holston, who is now falling back a lap because of that penalty to start off the race. And that's kind of peeled everybody off the top of the racetrack.
Yeah, first three wide action of the race. It is with just a lap car here, but like I said, as soon as we get later into this race, do not be surprised if you see three wide, multiple rows deep, especially as we get towards that lap 200 mark.
Holston, mind you, from Hampton, Georgia, a former Rookie of the Year in this series, not having a fun time right now. Need a caution to be able to get back into things. He's the only person a lap down, luckily for him at the moment. See how long that lasts, though, is the question mark. The bottom line, yet again, getting some momentum. Zachary King being a great pusher, not giving himself a lot of air on the front nose.
Ooh, almost got a little bit out of line there. The 92 machine about caused our first caution of the night, but they're able to keep it straight. Alex Pollock, they're actually going to go for the lead here off of turn number 2 as the outside line getting a little bit out of sorts here.
New race leader up front, Alex Pollock. And Pollock nearly got a bad bump up the racetrack, able to hold on to it. Still, though, able to get the edge for the time being as Rafferty gets the momentum rebuilt back up topside. Good run for the 92, and now we get turned right across the track into Rafferty. Caution flag is out as the lead pack scrambles and breaks up.
That was at least 6 or 7 cars there, and now those two other packs are looking really smart right now.
First caution flag of the day. There are 2 faster pairs in the session. VSPEED instant replay. These drivers get at least a chance to repair, but the pack is destroyed.
Just a bad push from Zachary King on that bottom line, and just absolute chaos breaks out. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cars involved, it looks like. And that is a cruel reminder that Daytona shows no mercy.
Yeah, you can't bump out of the corners like that. You can't bump offset. It comes bumper cars with the lead pack just absolutely demolished. 17 cars having to go for a scramble as they slam and crash hard into each other.
Zachary King is the big winner out of that situation. He is your leader right now, even though he is technically the one who caused that wreck with the bad push off of turn number 4.
Some people driving very wounded race cars like Bacomas right now. Looks like a broken axle possibly. Yes, the right side front tire, the right front tire should say, turning the wrong way around. That car very likely will have to use a fast repair. So now this is going to bring a lot of people down pit road. The leader not coming down in Kane, but many more coming down to pit.
Yeah, pit road is going to be a little bit busier here. A little bit surprising to me that these guys are so willing to pit so early, just 13 laps into this race. You got to remember, a lot of these are going to be fuel-only stops, I feel like, because they only have 4 sets of tires to use.
Yeah, can't use the tire sets every single time, and a lot of these people probably not going to want to use the faster pairs all that much right now, even with the hard contact. You never know what's going to happen. You want to try maybe bank on those as the day goes on.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Adam Holston, your only lap car at the moment, he was just barely, and I mean barely, involved in that, and he is no longer going to get the wave around for that. And if we could get a replay of it, just look how tiny the contact was that caused him to not get this wave around.
Yeah.
Adam Holston in the number 8, that just barely involved, like I said.
So just about everybody involved in that caution flag electing to get manual damage repairs done, it looks like. So everybody just saying at this point, may as well get the manual damage done. Don't burn things early on. Keep things at bay for later on.
Yeah, absolutely. You are, if you're in this race and you know you have the 2 fast repairs, as we get a look at this replay here, as we, like I said, you want to save your your fast repairs to the last 100 laps at minimum.
Still seeing the pack once again, how this broke down. Remember, the thing is, for the 8 lap car in the main pack, that is not a good spot.
No, it is not. I mean, he gets to stay with the main pack here and gets to stay on the with this lead pack, so he has the best chance he can to get that lap back. But I mean, looking at this, we'll get to look at this replay off of turn number 4. This is one of the bad parts about being a lap car in the lead pack. If things go crazy, there's almost no time to react. Just watch this.
Yeah. That contact right there and that cut to the grass is enough to cost him the chance of the lucky dog, since that, in theory, for the sim means you're involved in the accident. And that's why we still remain with 1 car lap down. He was the only driver a lap down at the time of caution. Cause of wreck, by the way, confirmed to be King, with the locked bumpers with the 92 as seen with the replays earlier. But he'll be the one in control for this restart, interestingly enough.
Yeah, and these guys are going to have to watch out their first time at full speed through the trial, because we have the new debris system here on iRacing. So as soon as cars go through this grass, they're going to be dragging up grass and dirt back up onto the track. And with how big that wreck was, these guys may have to watch out their first time full speed through the trial.
Hearing a choose code violation for the 15. This series does have a choose code. It was talked about at length by some during the session coming into the weekend. So you'll see the 15 dropping back. Most people, interestingly enough, choosing the bottom. Christian Barnes had been scored 11th prior to, it looks like, the choose to be up front at the moment. So the 15 will drop to the rear for this upcoming restart.
Yeah, in terms of iRacing, the bottom line is seen as the safer line. That is the line that you're closest to the double yellow line. That is the line that allows you to have time to make decisions. But that outside line is a little bit riskier, but it's faster. So choosing these lines for this choose cone is going to be something we see all day, and it is going to be a game of risk versus reward.
Mystic Racing League 500 at Daytona continues with the green flag. Mostly everybody on the bottom. Great restart for Kane, but everybody else tries to line up.
A lot of chaos going on further back as people try to find their lines. Zachary King, though, with a huge jump, and he is going to be a sitting duck here in a few seconds.
Yeah, right now, interesting change to the complexions after the freight train up top side to start the run. Most people preferring the bottom. Everyone's starting the checkups as the first one leading the outside line, by the way, is Good Paster at the moment. Take a look at second car in line for Brett Wynn, who is working with him at the moment.
Jared Snyder in that 82 machine, finally getting up to this outside line, trying to get him some help. But, I mean, that outside line, this is the exact opposite of what we saw on the initial start.
You see the camera angles involving some of those in the pack. You can see, why not have the broadcast in the backdrop? See what's going on in the headset and talked about in the backdrop.
That is awesome to see that. That is actually kind of funny too.
I mean, sometimes people want to just hear what's going on and being said so they know they're on camera.
Well, 9 times out of 10, when you're in the car, you're not hearing anything outside of that headset. There is absolutely no way that you're able to hear anything around you because your focus is immediately on the car in front of you and what's going on around you. So it may be nice to hear what's going on the broadcast, but 9 times out of 10, I guarantee you a lot of these guys aren't paying attention to that broadcast.
So Ren, once again, now third in line on the top of the racetrack. The plumber working behind Derek Jewett, who is now leading that top line at the moment. By the way, some drivers did lose the pack already and have had to come down to pit road. Landon Stoker and Harold Tucker both just had to come down. Tucker has broke something during this run. We can tell you where he's got a broken axle. In fact, the last lap, the back part of the pack had something happen where at least 3 cars collided.
What happened to this last pack?
Yeah, we'll see if we can pick it up on the VSPEED instant replay here. It would have been in the tri-oval. This is just around the time, believe, where it would have been, if not just after. But it would have been lap 16, coming to start lap 16 in the tri-oval. They all started to collide with one another and stack up and cause damage here.
Going into turn 3 here. Looks like the 79 decides to hop out of line, and I get the feeling this may have started in front of him, and he was kind of just a bystander in this.
Right about here.
See 3 wide through the tri-oval. Oh, bad bump. How this wasn't a caution, I'm not too sure. Looks like they all saved it.
Yeah, nobody looped it around, but that did cause significant damage for at least 3-4 cars. So the Sofa News machine having to take a faster pair. These drivers now already, as a result, going to be a lap down. Up front, getting a little bit racy for some drivers. Oh, some bad pushes. What a save from the 45.
That was your outside line leader, Derek Jewett, with a amazing save there. A little bit of a bad push by Jeffrey Goodpaster coming off the tri-oval. And that's where the car gets the lightest. You hear it in real life all the time. That is exactly where the car gets the lightest, is coming off the tri-oval. And just a bad push there almost resulted in our second big one.
Only on lap 20 of 200, still a ways to go, still 40 to go coming up at the stripe for the stage. And pretty soon, the field's going to have to think, okay, what about pit stops? Because, remember, much of the field electing to top off and get some of the damage repair as a result of the last crashes there. These drivers can go to, in theory, around lap 50 or so for the window. About 10 to go if it stays green for the run before we get towards pit stops before the end of the stage.
Yeah, and this is where the mental part of this game is going to come into play as interesting driver cam there.
Hey, you have your liquid libations on the countertop for show. You have yourself the goggles to keep focused. I mean, why not?
Oh, I lost my train of thought there. Oh, okay. I know where we are. This is where the mental game of this race is really going to start to come into play. We're really going to start to see who's saving here and who's pushing, because with the draft, if you sit in the back and you just chill out, you could save a lot of fuel, upwards of 3 to 4 laps, depending on how long the run is. So I feel like we're going to see a split in strategy, because this 51 of Zachary King is going to be burning a lot more fuel than, say, the likes of Brett Wren or someone further back in this lead pack. So mental games are really going to become a part of this.
Yeah, Caleb Hunt and Jeffrey Goodpace, to remind you, that had good speed in the dual races to pick up victories. Looking at some of the details involved in that race, it came to a photo finish in some of the duels to set the field for this race, and originally expecting potentially photo finishes later on. But right now, Zachary King maintains the lead despite being the cause of caution earlier on in this one. That inside line running about 195 miles an hour into the corners.
Yeah, Jeffrey Goodpace during the 38, he's trying to make this outside line work again, because right now we're in a place where we're just going to be running single file, more than likely towards the end of the stage, or this first set of pit stops, whichever comes first. But right now I think people are starting to realize it's not time to race. It's time to just log some laps. Let's get in line, calm down, and just run some laps and get a little bit closer to the end of this race, and then we can worry about racing.
Still plenty of time to think. Oh, some contact to the pack. We just had Aaron Espy pushed up the racetrack. He was hanging on somebody's quarter panel. Robert McKay drifted up and nearly turned himself on him.
Oh, man. Yeah, looking at that. Oof.
Yeah, keep it on the replay. McKay gets the speed. They nearly made contact 2 different times.
You see, yeah, he sucked up to the back of the 41, and that just sent his car straight up the track. It's a miracle they managed to keep that straight.
In live action, the 33 is dropped just about to the very back of the field. He's the only one trying to run that middle to top line, just trying to find a way to get that to work.
If I were this 33 car, I would be dropping down into that bottom line as soon as I can. Just try to save a little bit of face here, because right now all you're doing is just losing yourself time. You're just side drafting that bottom line. Eventually, if you keep this going, you're going to lose the draft, and they're already in danger of losing it at this moment.
Yeah, they've already lost near 1 full second with this side-by-side. It's been going on right now for 11th spot. 187 miles an hour is the side draft speed. 192 to 93 for the speeds in front. You can just see how much time they're losing on the track.
Yeah, they're at the point now where they've lost the draft. Unless they put together some sort of miracle push here, they have lost this lead pack, all because of side drafting on that top line. That is how powerful the side draft is with this car. This is the perfect representation for it, and if it comes down to it, we will see this a lot towards the end of this race.
And there's a lot of throttle modulation you see on the previous lower third that you're seeing from SB. He's right now modulating and playing around with that throttle. Look at it right there. Plays around a little bit. It's almost like this is part of the goal, at least, with the way it's almost looking like. You see him keeping it full throttle, then just starts to lift off and try and let it breathe off the throttle.
Yeah, maybe trying to save a little bit of fuel here, and there he finally drops down into that inside line and finally gets into line.
Yeah, they lost a lot of time, more than 3 seconds.
Yeah, just because of side drafting for Aaron Espy there, I don't particularly agree with that play, but maybe some sort of strategy going on here, just trying to get a second pack formed, maybe trying to overcut this lead pack possibly.
Yeah, you see how much time they lost. Now we'll have to see if they're able to regain it. Mind you, it's still 46-second lap times for the leaders. Third pack, mind you, involves some of those with damage. This is actually helpful for them a bit. They might be able to gain some numbers to be able to make it a much bigger second pack in a moment.
Yeah, they officially have the draft of this second pack now, just barely though, but they can start to feel it now as a couple of these cars are falling off from the second pack here. Brock Hawkins working on catching up to the second pack, and maybe they'll start to work and try to catch that lead pack once again, but with the bigger pack, that's going to cause a little bit more time loss because that's just going to take overall speed away from the pack.
Absolutely. See them close right up to the bumper. That is Richie Kime, who's running in 16th position. So they've now fallen. Go ahead.
As I say, that's your three-time Daytona 500 winner right now, trying to make it 4. Not having the best race to this point, but still, we're only 30 laps into this race. There is a lot of time left, and Reggie Kime seems like that kind of guy that will just sit in the back and just chill until the end of this race. Kind of giving Tony Stewart vibes, if you know what I'm talking about.
Just received word that some drivers may be talking about being low on fuel, not being able to make the whole stage even with the caution flag. We touched upon the strategy earlier. Some of these drivers going to have to be very cautious now, especially with us at that midway point of the stage.
Yeah, it's a couple of guys who were involved in our first wreck, Alex Pogg being one of them, sitting down in 25th place, 27 seconds off the lead pack.
Here's the onboard camera look from Andrew Allen, by the way. Chevy guy, as he's well known for. You see a lot of RGB setup as he just tries to stay very rigid on the wheel.
Okay, I'm hearing over driver communications that this second pack is just purely focused on saving fuel. They're not wanting to push and catch up to this lead pack. So already seeing the strategy game start to be played here. We'll see how much more fuel the second pack's able to save. But for right now, they are focused on just saving fuel and chilling out for a little bit.
I don't blame them. It's a long race, and you know there's a stage caution to regroup the field. Couple of them, in fact. Why not is the main thought you have to think. But right now, at the moment, the leader is just continuing to maintain the bottom. It's a lot calmer than I think some people may have thought it may come into play. We've seen some aggressiveness in some of the other league races in similar situations, but most people are thinking big picture, which is a good sign. The second pack is, by the way, catching on speed.
Surprisingly enough, I saw that as well. They are slowly but surely catching, but one thing to remember is this is, I feel like, the calm before the storm. We're getting ready to come up on some pit stops here for green flag pit stops. I guarantee you we will see pit stops in this first stage, and because it is impossible to go 60 laps with this car. There's no way you're going to make it 60 laps unless you're going, I don't know, 150 miles an hour just trying to save as much fuel as possible. But green flag pit stops are in order in this first stage, so I feel like people are just trying to sort themselves out and get themselves in a good spot, and I feel like we see green flag pit stops here in about 10-15 laps.
Let's talk about that pit entry then as well. How do you coordinate that on making sure you don't cause an accident entering the pit road?
You're going to hear a lot of communication over the in-race driver radio about people calling out when they're going to be pitting. It's called putting the virtual hand out the window to let people know that you're going to pit. But you also got to coordinate. If you have teammates in the same channel as you, you're going to be coordinating with them. Okay, where's your pit stall? Where's your pit stall? Where do you need to be? Because if you have a later pit stall, you're going to want to be on that very inside, so you're not slowing any of your teammates down. But if you have a later pit stall, you're going to want to be on that very outside, so you're not getting in the way of other people trying to pit. Because if you have that first pit stall, then you do not have to pull in until the very last second. So you're coordinating with everyone, trying to figure out where their pit stalls are and where you need to be going into pit road, because you're going to be coming down from 200 miles an hour to 55 in the span of about a football field. So it is going to be a little bit more difficult for these guys with this fixed setup, but a lot of coordination is what is going to be needed.
See how coordinated they end up being here. Andrew Allen getting very loose there, by the way, for a moment. Some of these drivers getting a little bit squirrely, trying to hold on to the race cars.
Yeah, this is about the time with this fixed setup where the rear tires really start to wear off. And the way this car is built, you're going to be wearing those left side tires more. It doesn't make sense, but it works. And so these left side tires are really starting to wear out, and these cars are going to start to get a lot more loose coming off these corners, and especially coming out of the tri-oval. So just got to be watching for some of these bumps coming off the corners and out of the tri-oval, as these cars are going to get looser and looser and looser as we go into this race.
Checking on the last pack, by the way, these drivers are at risk of losing the lead lap, possibly. It's Pollock, Daryl Young, and McComas. They all might lose the pack, lose the lead lap, possibly, before the caution flag if they aren't careful.
Yeah, 36 laps now in the books here. That first stage isn't until lap 60, like we've said a couple of times here today. So if you lose that lap before the end of the stage, you're just putting yourself in a deeper hole here. And by the looks of it, in terms of pace, it looks like they are going to lose that lap before the end of this stage. I don't think they're going to be able to stave off that lead pack for the next 25 laps.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens for them. Still 33 seconds back of these leaders. They've gained more cars back, by the way. There are splinterings of packs we've been hearing, by the way, still though. Three packs close to the leaders. Good Pacer, by the way, is under 3 seconds to this pack. So the leaders really trying to go half throttle to save this gas now, right now.
Yeah, Jeffrey Goodpaster, he has done a very good job of leading this second pack, and you can just see that gap has visually closed. It was upwards of 6 seconds when they first lost the lead pack. They've managed to bring it under 2.5 seconds now, and they're closing rapidly, so it looks like the fuel-saving games are off for the second pack. Meanwhile, this first pack trying to make up that margin that they've lost with them pushing a little bit harder to start this run.
Yeah, starting to really see some of these drivers think, I've got to at least be up there if I want to be able to compete for stage points. Top 10 have been separated out a fair bit to be able to be comfortable before that window. A lot of people talking on the radio on those fuel calculations at the moment. Remember, King burning a lot more fuel. Same with Good Pacer by leading their packs.
And we have gotten confirmation that Derek Jewett is one of the only people in the lead pack that is good to the end of the stage. A lot of these guys are 1 to 2 laps short, so now is where the mental game really starts for this pit cycle. Who is going to push and who is going to try to go for the lead while this lead pack is fuel saving?
Both packs are now one once again. That's going to help things out for that second pack a little bit, who have been trying to burn a little bit more gas to get back up here. So how much do these drivers risk it is the question here. Coming up to 21 laps to go in the stage for this MRL 500. And talking about some of the drivers in this field here at the moment and up towards the front of this pack, you have to wonder what the team communication's got to be like in terms of just making sure everyone stays on the same page at this point.
Now, as someone who's done a league like this, which is a full-length league, I can tell you from in the driver's cockpit, it is a lot of math, especially at these plate tracks. A lot of communication going on, figuring out when do we want to pit, what lap do we want to pit, and how do we want to organize ourselves so we lose as little time as possible. With these pit stops with this next gen, it is about minimizing time loss. You're going to see people trying to get on the brakes as late as possible. I guarantee you we see at least a couple of lockups as we start to get into green flag pit stops here. But like I said, in the driver chat, I guarantee you is a lot of communication right now figuring out what lap we want to pit.
Pit stop calls are over the radio. Just heard leaders coming in. Several more have just called on the radio. They want to come in and pit. Pit party time to start things off. Zachary came in. No issues on his entry as we start pit stops.
Oh, 27, a little bit deep there. Christian Barnes, we may have to watch and see if he got a speeding penalty there because he came in hot.
Trying to lick the stamp and send it, but we'll see if anybody goes up on the jacks. At least one. Ben Appley has put up the right side tires. Bobby Rafferty and his pack also coming in this time by. A lot of smoke being kicked up the area. Pit road is already off and away is Christian Barnes. Bobby Rafferty gained a lot of time in that window.
Yeah, a lot of fuel-only stops for these guys. Tires don't really wear that much. It's more of the heat cycles that they go through, so tires aren't going to be a big concern. It's more about keeping the heat of the tires in a good range to where you're not getting as loose. And we're starting to see Reggie Kime up front make a little bit of a move towards the outside, maybe a little bit of strategy play here as this lead pack still goes down into turn number 1, has not pit yet.
Let's see if anyone else calls in the pit pretty soon here. We haven't seen Reggie Kime making too many aggressive moves so far, just letting the race come to him. Remember, we talked about his success already. And I don't blame some of these drivers for taking some time too. You don't want to leave it so late that you leave very little time to be able to make a move into pit road to be able to get track position.
Now here's the bad part as we have more people coming down pit road here. It looks like 4 peeling off down towards pit road. This is the bad part about green flag pit stops. If you make even the tiniest mistake, overshooting your pit stall by even just a foot, it's going to cost you a lot of time. So that's what I was talking about with the minimizing time losses. You can see how spread out a lot of these guys are. There's 5, 6, 7 cars that are just single cars right now trying to get formed back up here. But like I said, these green flag pit stops are all about minimizing time losses as we see more fuel-only stops here.
Not a surprise. It's going to hurt them on pit exit. Remember, it's a tough pit exit to keep the grip together. Some of these drivers trying to minimize the time in the lane at the very least. Andrew Allen is now your leader. Jewett, we talked about him, expecting him to be good on the gas. Still a lot of chatter over the radio.
Oh,
we have spinners. Caution flag is out. Heard calls that there were spinners around Zachary King and company. Somebody spun out of pit road, and guess what? It was the 24.
Who we just saw down pit road not even a lap ago. That smells like cold tires coming off of pit road, and he hit the bump wrong.
It more smells like worn tires. He absolutely hit the bumps.
Yeah, he hit the bump. Yeah, what a save there. He hit the bump on the apron, and it sent him straight on to the actual apron right there as well. So you see right there, hits the bump and then gets his tires onto the banking, and it spins him out.
Great save, but because he went sideways on the racing surface, that's enough to cause a caution flag. And that can happen when you don't take tires in pit road.
Yeah, worn tires that have cooled down in pit road are a lot tighter than fresh tires on this apron. And that's one thing that I guarantee you people are going to start saying now coming off of pit road is be careful going through 1 and 2 on the apron. It is going to be bumpy. It's going to be slick. There is no rubber down on that apron, so you're basically driving on ice.
Let's take a quick break. We can come back. More action from Daytona. You're watching VSPEED here from Daytona Beach, Florida.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to VSPEED's coverage of the MRL 500. The Mystic Racing League continuing its coverage here from Daytona. Justin Prince alongside Nick Stein with DJ Line producing at the moment. Reminder that today's action brought to you in part by THDesigns, by Wade Cycles, and by Sofa News. Happy to have them all a part of today's coverage. THDesigns, again, the first on our list. Wade Cycles from Columbus, Indiana, also supporting today's action, along with Sofa News for today from Daytona.
Pit stops were in order while we were under commercial, and we are back to kind of where we were before green flag pit stops started. Christian Barnes is your leader right now, and Zachary King back in that second spot, kind of where we saw before everything got a little bit crazy there.
Looking like a lot of people wanting to go to the bottom, hearing Choose Cone coming up. And Caleb Hunt is the first one to go up to the top side, so he'll go outside front row here. Not a lot of people choosing the top, but looks like a little bit more now that we start to build the numbers for the back of the field, in fact, should say. As several drivers, including Isaac Brock, try and catch up to the field. Happy birthday to Isaac Brock. I mean, is there any better feeling than racing on your birthday, Nick?
No, I don't think I could, other than, winning a championship or anything like that, don't think I could name a better feeling than racing on your birthday.
The fast-loving motorsports machine. I bet an hour you're around the sun, as some people would say. But we're coming up to a restart. Choose Cone was clean and green this time. No penalties for this choose. Christian Barnes, Cal Pat on the front row. What's going through your mind here as we come up to a restart here in the final laps of this stage?
Yeah, we're coming up to the end of stage one here. We're going to be coming up to 13 to go. I don't expect too much craziness, but then again, you are coming up to a stage. It's the first stage of the year, and this is a very good opportunity to, get your season going off on the right note. So I wouldn't expect too much craziness, but don't be surprised if we see some people trying to make some moves, trying to get some stage points here.
And the cutoff top 10, Brock Hawkins is the one cutting things off for that top 10 at the moment. Should say last time by, he was one of those that chose the bottom. We'll see how the line choices really come into play here for this restart. Through the restart zone, good timing on the inside, back underway from Daytona. And a good restart once again. That outside line did not get going. In fact, that outside line has pretty much died off.
Caleb Hunt gets left out to dry on that outside line, and he is going nowhere quickly unless he could get some help. He does end up dropping down to that inside line, and it looks like people are just going to try to stick on this inside for a little bit at least.
Not getting really racy yet. Still coming up to about 12 laps to go in the stage, this time by Barnes, King, and Hunt were at the top three before good pacer. How about that? After all his battling to get up into the pack with that Choose Cone, he's now up to third.
Christian Barnes and Zachary King got a little bit out of sorts off of turn number 4, almost an exact carbon copy of our first wreck on lap 10, but they were able to keep it straight and keep this inside line going, and they're fully up to speed now.
Yeah, right now, no one really at full save right now. They're running near 200 miles an hour at the moment. Triple car tandem a little bit from good pacer, and that's the thing. Normally you see those triple car tandems really come into play. Now King goes for the lead.
And he's got a little bit of help behind him. They're getting a little bit squirrely. A couple of Toyotas behind him, and Jeffrey Goodpaster and Derek Jewett working to get Zachary King up front. And it looks like Zachary King will hold your lead, but Derek Jewett going to be stuck on that outside line through turn 1 and 2.
That time just going straight around the 27. Jewett did not get himself a hold, though. He nearly hit the wall, in fact. He'll drop all the way to the back with that move.
3 wide further back in the field, 4 wide further back in the field.
Oh boy, that's a choice. Jewett getting swallowed up by the pack. Jewett trying to side trap, now bouncing off cars. Holds on to it after ping-ponging off Daryl Young and John Ullman. Now you have Adam Holston up the middle getting ping-ponged nearly into Reggie Kime.
That is the bad part about being stuck in the sucker hole here at Daytona. You have no control over where your car is going. You're basically at the whim of the rest of the field, and we nearly saw 2 separate wrecks happen there. Luckily, they're able to all keep it straight and keep it going towards the end of stage number 1. Up front, though, we're getting a little bit racy as here comes Caleb Hunt once again.
The outside line's coming into play. Now people want those points with less than 10 laps to go in the stage. Here comes Goodpaster. He goes outside for the lead.
Goodpaster out towards the lead and getting a little bit squirrely on that outside line. Andrew Allen pushing Goodpaster. Caleb Hunt 3 wide further back. Robert McKay through the middle 3 wide.
The aggressiveness definitely picked up here. Remember, you said you expected it to be calm for the first half of the race, maybe to the final 50. With stage points on the line, people are getting a lot more daring than they were 5 minutes ago.
Zachary King to the outside of Andrew Allen. He's going for the lead now. And we got blocking already. Jeffrey Goodpaster goes for the block. Do we have a move to the inside? Yes, we do, and it's almost blocked.
Able to hold on. Here comes Caleb Hunt this time. Oh, what a slide.
Spinning.
Oh my goodness. That was a massive slide across the pavement.
Robert McKay up on that outside line. He is pushing that outside line for everything it is worth. Andrew Shope to the lead now, 3 wide for the lead.
Pushed right out of the way was the 78. Sidetrack destroys the outside for now. The 5-star racing driver of Shope trying to get around. Now he's in the wall. Contact.
Here we go.
Slide, they spin. McKay inside. Caution flag is out for the 2nd time today. Should say 3rd time, but our 2nd for a spin with contact.
You could see that was coming. That had been coming for at least minimum 2 laps as Caleb Hunt gets sent into the sucker hole in the middle of this lead pack. And things just kick off behind him.
3 cautions now in this event, and this time, yeah, Caleb Hunt getting ping-ponged. He got uprooted out of the way in the first place. And things didn't work out well after the contact to the wall right about here.
Yeah, they get 4 wide here, and you can make it work at Daytona. It's just really difficult, and with a setup that's this loose, it is very hard to make 4 wide work, and they just weren't able to make it work there. Hearing...
Go ahead.
I don't think this is going to be the stage. We're hearing that this could be to the end of the stage. I think it's more than likely going to be a green-white-checker situation to the end of the stage.
I think it's likely, absolutely. There's still plenty of time here. There's a lot of dust puffs, by the way, kicked up with that new debris model in turn 3. But that time at the caution flag, Goodpaster was the leader. Great on him after he was far back before during the green flag runs. Now he has a shot to try and win the stage if he plans his cards just right.
Yeah, and you can see a lot of other people who are further back in the pack towards the start of this race have started to make their moves. Andrew Shope, he's up in 4th. He was down in about 14th, 15th spot for the majority of this first stage. Dale Young's up here as well. And look at Jared Knopsnyder up 21. Andrew Shope's up 20. 13 for Brock Hawkins. Joshua Thornton up 13. Christian Barnes up 12. So a lot of big movers here. And this is the exact place to be able to do that as well with the draft.
Birthday boy Isaac Brock elected to come down to pit road. Your lucky dog the previous time by Adam Holston. So we are now up to 28 cars on the lead lap. As we get ready to get back racing pretty soon here, Craig Hawkins has officially parked it, though, after that incident.
First retirement on the day. Still have 29 cars running, 3 cars 1 lap down in the form of Landon Stoker, Adam Holston, and Harold Tucker III. But Craig Hawkins is the first official retirement of the MRL 500.
So still a pace lap to work with before we get back going here at the moment here. How intense do you see this getting, knowing you still have a long way for the overall win, but you have great chances for championship points on the line here in the next couple minutes?
Well, we saw how that last restart went. Things got a little crazy. It ended up with a 1-car spin. My hope is people will calm it down a little bit and save their car for the end, but seeing how that last restart was, I'm expecting a little bit of insanity here.
Remember, here's the race analysis for reference. 60, 60, 80, the stage differences. The stage distances, should say. And for a lot of these drivers, they're still on old rubber they've been on since the start of the race. A lot of people saving those tires for later on in the race. So we might see some tire spin. So restart coming up to the choose this time.
Yeah, tire spin is going to become a big part of this restart. 55 lap old tires is it's not something you want to be on at Daytona with how slick this track can get, especially midday. But the only saving grace for these guys, it is relatively cool for Florida standards, as it is currently 70 degrees air temp right now. So a little bit of a saving grace for these guys, and hopefully they won't have to deal with too much wheel spin.
We might have at least one driver that might have had a violation, heard the 88, ran the middle seam, coming to the choose. But everybody else, we have some rolling of the dice here. Daryl Young getting himself back towards the front, chose the top side. Will the top work here for these drivers is a huge question. It hasn't worked well for the past 2 restarts.
Yeah, like I said earlier in this race, the outside line is usually the preferred line, especially here at Daytona, but it just has not worked today, and that's something that'll usually happen, as Robert McKay was found to be in violation on that restart, so he will drop to the back of the field.
There he goes, and that seam that's up on the front straightaway, up at the start and finish line, used as that marker. We've seen clear as day, he was straight in the middle. It's kind of hard to know what you choose when you choose 1 foot on one side, 1 foot on the other side.
Yeah, this is going to get interesting here, as we're going to have, looks like 4 to go to the stage. So 4 laps for these guys to slice and dice their way for some stage points here. Right now, if it were to end, it would be, I believe, Jeffrey Goodpaster would be your stage winner, but like I said, 4 laps is a long time at Daytona.
So you have Goodpaster on the inside, the Harpoon Design racing machine of Daryl Young on the outside. Coming up to the restart. About 4 laps to go. Inside line, clear as day, off and away. And that inside line much better on the restart. The outside did not get grouped together.
Wasn't as bad as the last restart, though, as they still have some form of organization, but Jeffrey Goodpaster and Zachary King, they're pulling it back to 2012 with this tandem here. Oh, wrecking in the back, big wreck as we got 2 cars spinning.
That might be the stage as the 31's around. That's Brock Hawkins, who is running around the top 10 for the restart. Caution flag is out, and we're under yellow.
That may be the stage there. I believe it will be.
Hearing the stage does not end to the completion lap 60. Race control just confirmed they expect it to be the stage. The points don't come out till end of lap 60 though.
Get a look at this replay here. Something we've seen a lot here at Daytona, just a bad push at the wrong place.
Hearing the caution is going to get extended by 2 laps, so people get their pit stops in while being able to score the stage points, by the way. Jewett and Appleby picked up mandatory damage this caution. Appleby should say.
Well, that was an interesting first stage, I feel like. A lot more aggression, I feel like, than I was expecting for the first race of the season.
So, as expected, nobody gonna sacrifice the top 10 for stage points. Let's take a break. Here is your top 10. It's Goodpaster, Kane, Yun, Barnes, Schob, Knopfsnyder, Espy, Ullman, Hunt, and Kime in your top 10 at the time of caution.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to VSPEED for more coverage of the Mystic Racing League. We're under caution, and the field already being told pit road is closed until about the next couple laps here, Nick. Just try to make sure everybody scores the stage points. White flag is out for stage 1 this time by.
Yeah, it's a good call keeping pit road closed here just so people aren't getting scammed out of stage points, basically, because the field is frozen at the time of caution, so race control doing the smart thing here, keeping pit road closed so these guys do end up getting their stage points, and I believe they will open it as soon as this lap is complete, so coming to lap 62, I believe we will see pit stops here.
Coming to lap 61 this time by. So, again, reset your top 10. Goodpaster, Kane, Barnes, Yun, Schob. Then you have Knopfsnyder, Espy, Ullman, Hunt, and Kime, who are all in the top 10. Your thoughts on the race so far, and what we've seen a lot of calm periods, but so far 4 caution periods, should say, in this race so far.
Well, I mean, you got to look at real life too when I say this. I mean, this is kind of expected, I guess is a good way to put it. I mean, this first stage was crazy. People were still getting back into the role of a full season plate racing as well. I mean, a lot of these guys probably haven't done some serious racing since the end of the last season, so I expected this first one to be kind of crazy. I think they'll calm it down here in stage 2, though. I think they'll finally realize, hey, we still got 140 laps to go. We need to, calm down, get some laps going here.
Seeing the onboard cameras once again here. Still, you can see some of the antsiness that might pop up from some drivers where you're just pacing along, just waiting to see what happens. Just try to make sure you complete the stage and then focus on those pit stops coming up.
Yeah, it looks like we are coming to the end of the stage here. And it'll be Jeffrey Goodpaster picking up the first stage win of the season.
Green and white checkered coming out this time. Goodpaster takes the first stage of 2025 over Zachary King and Christian Barnes.
Definitely a little bit slower than what we were expecting for the finish of the stage, but, I mean, like I said, we've had a couple of incidents here. Hopefully these guys manage to calm it down a little bit here in stage number 2. We get some good racing going.
Jan Schob, Snyder, SB Ullman, Hunt Keim. Again, your top 10. The field is showing its excitement over the radio. We still have more than half the race to go. And remember, we're racing to 120 for our second stage here. Still plenty of points on the line here, Nick.
Oh, yeah, for sure. You got one more stage to get some points, and then, of course, you have the finish of this race where you get the big points. But like I said, a lot of these guys are going to be racing to get their season off on the right foot. And it is a 36-race season, but it all starts here at Daytona. So if you could get a good start here, like Jeffrey Goodpacer has, this puts him in a really good spot, as he's already got a pretty good head start on the field with points.
When you think about it, too, the first 2 weeks with back-to-back super speedways, Nick, make it so difficult, because Atlanta's next week, too. It's where you need to be a lot more masterful in this style of racing if you want to score great points and have a lot of car control, because in both cases your car can snap around if you aren't prepared here at Daytona or Atlanta.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the funny part about a season this long is you're going to have stretches where it's going to be multiple super speedways in a row. There's going to be a stretch where we have 3 road courses in a row. There's going to be a stretch where we have 2 short track races. I mean, this season is one of the most diverse seasons I think we've seen, whether it be virtual NASCAR or real NASCAR, as we got pit stops going on here. But like I said, this has got to be one of the most diverse seasons NASCAR has ever had.
And remember, in this series, you have outdoor that's a part of the schedule. You have a couple other different track combinations just to change things up a bit. Pit stops underway, by the way. And as expected, for some cases, first time taking rubber in these circumstances. Daryl Young wins the race up pit road.
I believe Daryl Young was one of the ones who took tires earlier on in this race, so he didn't have to take tires with this pit stop. So he is the big winner here, as he will be your leader coming back to this restart.
Maybe the first one doing the choose. Zachary King second, Goodpacer. And then Isaac Brock, who's pit almost every caution, came out 4th.
I believe Isaac Brock still has all of his sets of tires. I think he's still trying to get some damage fixed on that machine, as he was involved in that first big wreck. Doesn't look like he has any more damage. Still a little bit on that rear end, but I'm pretty sure most of the times he's been down pit road is just to try and get some of this damage fixed.
Hearing we're choosing this time by.
Yeah, choose going this.
Go ahead.
As I say, choose this time by. We'll get back going here after a lot longer of a caution period than we're used to seeing here on iRacing, especially here at Daytona with the short cautions, but it worked out eventually.
So we'll get set for the restart here in the next moment or so. It looks like Isaac Brock peel towards the bottom. Keep an eye on that seam. Do you see that dark gray seam? That's the choose mark. Isaac Brock will not start up the front. The birthday boy will go to pit road instead. Your first 3 choosing to go to the bottom. First 4, first 5. Somebody's going to have to go up to the top, in theory.
So I don't think this was the choose. I know I heard it, but
yeah, they might have kicked it back here, because just about nobody went up topside.
Yeah, I think they definitely kicked it back one lap here.
Just confirm that was not choose, is for the confirmation. Choose is next time, is what they meant. So They have kicked it back a lap.
How funny that would have been if everyone would have chosen the bottom there.
Yeah, who needs track position? You could just stay in a parade formation.
Yeah, let's
Being sarcastic.
Let's kick it back to 2005 here with the single file restart. Why not?
Chooses this time by. This time by. The reason for it is the sim still hadn't been at the 2 to go signal yet. They did extend the caution a couple times to be able to make sure everyone got pit stops in. It's going to be interesting how close we get on pit strategy for the fuel, by the way, depending on the stage, because the more laps we turn under caution here, the less laps they have to panic about saving fuel potentially for pit stops.
Yeah, for sure. Based off my very quick and very crude math, I believe fuel windows are going to be sitting somewhere between 45 and 55 laps for these guys. So fuel saving is going to be a part of this second stage at some point, I guarantee you. But it's going to be a matter of, are they going to be able to stretch the extra 2 laps that they're going to need to make it to the end on no pit stops here?
Let's try this again. And now we'll see if anybody chooses the outside, and the answer is still no. Oh, we got 1.
Car. 2. Yeah, we got a few further back here, decided to take the outside, get some easy track position. Ooh, that was a little close there for a choose violation for one of these guys.
Choose is clean and green, just heard. Couple drivers getting borderline at the very back of the field, but the front of the field cleanly doing so. So we'll see what happens on this restart and how these drivers pace themselves. Yun, again, going to be in control for this restart from the state of Illinois, driving one of the Harpoon design cars in this field.
And Tony Brennan is going to be the big winner for this choose cycle. He goes from 7th to 2nd because of the choose, so he will be your outside pole sitter for this restart.
See what happens here with Tony Brennan controlling the outside. They just went and reviewed the choose, by the way. They just found the 33 was in violation of the choose at the very end. Too close to the middle. SP to the back.
I believe that was the one I spotted that was a little bit close for comfort there as we were doing the choose live. So unfortunate to get that penalty there, but I mean, you got to follow the rules. You got to be above or below that seam in order to be not in violation of the choose cone, and it was very close, but he wasn't.
So we're coming up to the restart. It's Yun, it's Brennan, it's King, and then it's Job in the top 4. Through the choose and through the restart. Green flag, inside line is off and away. Outside line, once again bogged down. Oh, and look at this.
Time.
They're going for the lead. Again, Zachary Kane likes to lead.
Wasting no time for the 51 there. All 3 cars are going to hop up into the outside line. Daryl Young, and they're wrecking here in turn number 1. Oh, and a big wreck there for the 78 of Caleb Hunt.
Caution flag again is out. Caleb Hunt, who started 9th going around. That was after the slide of Joshua Thornton into the fender.
Yeah, this was all caused by Daryl Young hopping up into the outside line very abruptly, I might add, and I think it just caused an accordion effect further back. We'll get a good look here on the replay. Yeah, just a little accordion effect there, and Caleb Hunt, unfortunately, the big loser out of this situation.
Yeah, hard contact. See where the run opened up at the bottom, and then bam.
Yeah, nowhere to go for the 78 of Caleb Hunt. How about Derek? How about Derek Jewett though? Just jerking it all the way down to the inside wall to be able to miss Caleb Hunt there. No damage for that 45 machine.
Yeah, Andrew Allen, by the way, meatball flag from this caution period. Here's a look for the 45.
Wow.
Wow. Avoided contact.
In unison. The entire commentary booth in unison, just wow.
You have to be brave to be able to avoid that contact. He avoided the contact. Here in the caution caused by the 29, as we've seen coming down on the 27, and we've seen that come into play. So, back under yellow just like that, and it looks like some drivers are saying, let's come in and top off on fuel. Why not?
Yeah, why not here? This will make it a lot easier to make it to the end of stage number 2 here. Like I said, between 45 and 55 expected laps here as the 69 overshoots his pit stall here of Andrew Schob. And if that was a green flag pit stop, he's losing the lead pack easily.
So why not try to extend it?
Yeah, because this is going to make it, when we go back green, if I'm not mistaken, 51 laps to the end of the stage. So this just became a lot more doable for some of these guys to make it to the end.
What would your preference be, fuel or track position, though? In this type of race, we've seen Kane and company say track position.
It's a difficult call here. I mean, if I'm in the car right now, it would all depend on where I am on track. It's going to determine what I do. If I'm further back in the pack, I'm going to say, screw it. Why not come down pit road? Let's top it off on fuel, try to make it to the end of this thing. But if I'm up front here, I would say in the top 10, I'm staying out here, and I'm just going to kick it into full fuel save mode under caution. I mean, I'm talking clutching in, turning the car off, trying to save as much fuel as possible under this caution, because no matter which way you put it, if you pit or you stay out, it is going to be close on fuel.
Ren, meanwhile, you see him on that previous viewpoint, just keeping calm, turn the caution. Race control just being sized that they're coming to choose this time by. Your thoughts on Zachary King's race so far, where he has caused a caution, but he's also been very fast when he's been up front.
Yeah, at the moment, I feel like Zachary King has kind of become odds-on favorite for this race. He's shown the pace. He's shown that he's been able to push. I mean, of course, he had that accident earlier in this race, but he's shown that he's able to push people to the lead, and he's able to keep the lead when he wants it. So, yeah, he's had, I feel like, I don't want to say a surprise race here, but definitely not one I expected to be really quick here to start.
No major issues, it looks like, for the choose this time, by the way. King Yun did choose the top side, though. Good pacer as well. So a lot more people choosing the outside. Robert McKay, yet again, choose violation, EOL.
Robert McKay is just not having a good time with this choose cone, it feels like. Just that's his, what, I believe either second or third choose cone violation of this race.
Is that down to spatial awareness, or what could that be down to? Because it seems like the same pattern each of these times for the choose.
I feel like it's just not really knowing what line you want to be in. I mean, he's voicing his frustrations over the in-race driver chat, but I mean, I really don't know. I mean, I feel like after the first one, you would have realized, okay, that's where the choose spot is. That's where I need to be. But if I'm not mistaken, this is his second. I feel like either second or third choose cone violation, but at some point you got to realize that, hey, I can't do this. I need to choose my line a little bit earlier, but it's just like I said earlier, it's making these tiny little mistakes is what's going to cost you in the end. And Robert McKay, he has had to go from the back to the front multiple times this race.
Field being told to tighten up the lines here as we come up to the restart. Still a lot of time to go in this stage. Zachary Kane in control. Coming up to start lap 69. Early launch this time. Green flag is out. No problems for Kane, but nobody else went with him.
And looks like he's going to move it immediately up to the top to work with Daryl King. It looks like these two, or excuse me, not Daryl King, Daryl Young. But it looks like these guys have been best friends to start this race.
Well, you say that, and now he blocks the so-called friend to the point where Young's taking the lead from him.
Oh, and Young's going to be sent 3 wide here.
These are 2 of his teammates, mind you, that he's working with on the radio for Young. That is Barnes and Goodpaster, who are working together, trying to work together with Zachary King. So 3 people communicating together, just lined up together on the bottom of the racetrack.
And Derek Jewett is the saving grace for Daryl Young on that outside line. They're not going to lose too much time here, but they still need to get organized on this outside line if they want any chance of keeping up with the inside.
This outside, at the very least, is able to keep the side draft together, keep things slowed down a little bit. Zachary King trying to side draft a little bit back at the moment. Still 50 to go in the stage. This upcoming time by. Here comes Jewett trying to push the 18.
Daryl Young on that outside line. Huge run for that 18. And he's going to get up even. Ooh, a little bit of squirreliness there from Derek Jewett in that 45. They're going to keep it straight, though, and get up even with that second-place car. Now up front, getting really squirrely for the lead.
Roy Dancy as Young takes the lead lap. Young able to get the edge as Jewett goes down with him. They move down, no issue, to get to the bottom. Just trying to sort things together, some of these drivers at the moment. Mind you, Jewett is amongst those that has been running on his lonesome, just trying to go off the vibes of the field. Goodpaster has all his teammates working with him.
Now Goodpaster going to take it back up to the lead, and that is the best part about having friends in a race like this. You can just make moves like this no matter what time of the race it is, and these guys are definitely going to try to control this race from here on out.
Now an error run from Young. A lot more anxious, these drivers, to start the stage. Not so much in terms of saving like we've seen to start stage 1.
Daryl Young and Derek Jewett once again lined up on that outside line. They've got Brock Hawkins, Reggie Kime on that outside line for help. And they're going to work on trying to get this lead back here. A little bit of contact further back as Brock Hawkins, and I believe that was the 47 of David Moyer, made a little bit of contact.
We'll see what happens with all this staggering at the moment. A lot of people going way high there like time. Just got to keep the paces together at the moment if you want to be able to keep things clean in theory. And right now, Christian Barnes, he's an interesting character for this race, mind you. Christian Barnes from Texas, actually new to iRacing, but he was a multiple-time champion for the NASCAR Heat 5 League, Mystic Racing League held.
Yeah, as we said earlier, this is the first year for Mystic Racing League on iRacing, and they have a lot of history on the NASCAR Heat 5 side. I believe they were one of the biggest leagues on the game when NASCAR Heat 5 was in its prime, and they decided to make the jump to iRacing this year. And right now, it looks like they're doing a really good job of making that jump, as a 30-car field for the first race of a new league is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, Reggie, for reference, in that 9 machine, also was a 2-time champion when it came to the console side. Picked up the 3-time Daytona wins here at this track as well in the MRL. So a lot of people making that cross. I think we've seen a couple people maybe on controllers I did notice on the cameras as a bit of a bobble again. Yeah,
Derek Jewett and Daryl Young getting a little bit squirrely on that outside line, and you know me, Justin, I do not like how loose these guys are looking right now. And I know it's a product of this fixed setup, but you and I both know this fixed setup is a very loose one, and that has been a big reason for a lot of these wrecks here today.
Yeah, especially when it comes to this track, you do not want to change lanes, stay in the middle of the corner like this, though. Yun getting a little bit daring. These cars like to snap around when you do that.
Yeah, they are getting all sorts of out of just, man, I do not like this. I feel like they're being way too aggressive for the start of stage 2 here.
Did see a caution early on in this stage already. A couple already. Stage 1 calmed down after the first caution, then this time not so much. Oh, and near a door slam for the 18. That time the 51 pushed up.
Yeah, and a lot of this has to do with the way the aero on this car works. Of course, these next-gen cars, we all know, has the diffuser on the back, but one thing that is also a big part of this is these guys are dealing with a 16-mile-per-hour wind out of the northeast, and if I'm not mistaken, that is a headwind down the backstretch, but it's a crosswind in the corners, so that is probably a big reason why these guys are so loose.
They'll try to keep things stabilized for the time being at the very least. To keep an eye on things here. With how darty some of these drivers are starting to get here. Up front, it's Kane again. He takes the line contact. Nearly spun around.
Managing to keep it straight. That inside line, though, getting a little bit squirrely, way squirrely. Zachary King having to leave that inside line. He's going to be put into the sucker hole now. He's going to have to leave his teammates of Jeffrey Goodpaster and Christian Barnes. Unfortunately, it looks like Christian Barnes is going to let him back in, though.
Yeah, not surprised that he's let on in. No problem there. But it's not a surprise with how they've been racing, how dangerous it's gotten for some. Holston, whole shot to third.
Remember, that 8 car was a lap down to start this race, and he's back up in that 3rd spot. So, yes, going a lap down early in the race is a big-time hurt, but if you can get back on that lead lap, you're kind of an unknown for these guys, as a lot of these guys really haven't raced with you for the first 70 or so laps of this race.
Yeah, got turned around very early in this race. Now has a shot up to be up front. He was 12th the previous lap. That's how big the checkups and the near incidents were at that time.
Little bit of a fact check here. This northeast wind is actually a tailwind down the backstretch, but it's a crosswind in turns 3 and 4, so that's why we're seeing a lot of looseness. As another car almost gets spun on the apron there, that is your 3-time Daytona 500 winner, Reggie Kime, who got onto the apron and almost spun.
Still able to hold on to it, though, as the inside line's dissipating. It's now getting to where what we've seen from the start of the race with the outside. Let's take a look at the instant replay.
You see here, he goes through the tri-oval. I don't know if he got a bad bump or just kind of turned the car down. Oh, yeah, it was a bad bump from the 45. Excuse me, that was the 38.
So now that energy level really shuffling and people trying to force their way up to the top line. It's really interesting where a lot of people prefer that top once things get going as talked about, but many more prefer the bottom for the safety.
Further back, Reggie Kime, Jeffrey Goodpaster, and it was the 34 of, I believe that was John Ullman.
Yeah, some of these people getting very nerve-wracking on these lines trying to build momentum.
Here we go, Jeffrey Goodpaster, Christian Barnes, and Zachary King looking to make this inside line work again, and they got a little bit of help with Aaron Espy in that 33 machine. Here they come for the lead off of turn number 4.
Pushing them all the way to the front. How about that? The 33 from an EOL penalty a couple cautions ago to the point.
That is how quickly tides can change here, especially at Daytona, but you also see it at places like Atlanta and Talladega as well. As here comes Aaron Espy gets left on that inside line. He now has Zachary King for help, and it's going to be Jeffrey Goodpaster to the point on that outside line.
Trying to get things all sorted away and squared away. Right now, Goodpaster trying to control that top of the racetrack at the moment. Toyota, Chevy, Toyota is how that line is currently formed at the moment. So we start lap 82 this time by. Still plenty of racing to go. We're still a few laps away from the halfway point, but some communication popping up on the radio again as drivers try to coordinate things with the pack. Still 14 cars deep.
Yeah, 14 cars in this lead pack. You got to go back to 15th for the second pack to form. That one's about 5 cars deep, and another 2 seconds behind them, 21st through 24th in their own little pack.
Cutting down to the bottom, Goodpaster. That time bringing Kane back to the point. And now Kane is playing the dangerous game. Remember the bubbles? Remember those cuts we talked about, making lane changes like that? Kane just got lucky.
Wow.
And that's why you don't lane change out of the corner.
I need a replay as soon as possible. How did the 51 save this? Goes up for the block, hits the seam, and immediately gets an air bump from the 38 and somehow keeps that 51 Ford Mustang going straight.
Still keeps his drafting partner for good measure. That was risky.
That was risky for sure. And somehow this entire lead pack is still 14 cars deep.
I say, Kings like to lead, but now he's going to have to work with Knopfsnyder. The 82 now leads the bottom for the first time.
Jared Knopfsnyder, a car we really haven't talked about much to this point for good reason. He has just been quietly running with this lead pack, really hasn't made too many moves, but now he's leading this inside line as now Reggie Kime gets turned down the back stretch, and that's going to be a caution.
Caution flag is out. Joshua Thornton getting slammed into as well in the corner. Others cutting to the grass. We're under caution once again from Daytona.
Reggie Kime's got a broken toe link on that car. It looks like a broken left rear toe link on that number 9 machine. You see here, he gets turned to the 31.
Yeah, you just can't push in the middle of that line like that.
Yeah, just a bad push here. Had to check up for that 9 car, and yeah, the 31 just bad push at the wrong time once again. And Reggie Kime, he has the fast repairs, but that is going to be a damper on his day as he tries to go for 4.
See some of the onboard here. And yeah, just the apron in this case at least, give it a bit of a scare for David Moyer.
Taking a little bit of the motocross line through 3 and 4 there.
This might simplify the pit strategy here because, in theory, this leaves us with about coming to 35 laps to go. Should be good to go on fuel here if you pit.
Yeah, yep, looks like pit road is going to be very popular here. One of those situations of no point in not coming down pit road here, as it's one of those follow the leader, basically do what the leader does, so everyone down pit road.
Indeed here.
You know, looks like for the majority of the field, got a couple of them going up on the jacks, but for the majority of the field, it looks like it's going to be just a fuel-only stop. Got one car taking 4 tires here.
Yeah, Kane looks like. Yeah, Young off and away. But the first off the lane there ended up being Adam Holston. Welcome back to the front, car 8.
This was your pole sitter and got the drive-through early on, actually on the first lap of this race for jumping the initial start, and he is officially back up into the lead. One of your favorites heading into today, actually.
Yeah. I think a couple people didn't pit, by the way, and it looks like those two were Pollock and Uman. Welcome back to the front as well for the 92. Remember, got turned around with the first caution. He's been amongst the drivers trying to keep it safe because he doesn't have the faster pairs in hand, doesn't want to use that second faster pair from an incident. Now he's back up front.
Severe Dr. Pepper fanboy there, that 92 is, and I appreciate him for it. Dr. Pepper unite.
I've never actually had it before.
Very good drink. Very, very good drink.
It's not an advertisement, by the way, but
it is.
Hey, he knows he's on camera and he knows we're talking about it. And he is going to the back.
Yeah, it looks like he decided to finally pull it down pit road. I guess he wanted the lead lap credit, which I don't blame him.
Sad news is somebody spun in front of him. What? Who was that?
Oh, hold up. That was a green and black car.
Thornton, I think, just looped it.
Yeah, Joshua Thornton. He spun it getting out of his pit stall.
Let's take a look. Oh.
Yeah, he lights the tires up coming out of the pit stall, which you don't want to do on iRacing, by the way. And, yeah, gets it up into first gear, and it just spins on him.
Yeah, that was interesting. Hey, the 92 nearly paid the price for coming down to pit road because there's the tires lighting up. Hello, race car.
Bye.
Yeah, well, penalty for Jewett this time. He had an issue in the shoe zone where he's actually stopped on the track on the apron. So he'll go to the back.
Yeah, and for that 29 car of Joshua Thornton, that is going to be a black flag as well for an unsafe pit exit. The way it works on iRacing, if you leave pit road at all, going down pit road is going to be an unsafe pit exit, and that is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it is a 40-second stop and hold, which you have to serve under green. So just another thing to add on to a bad day for that 29 machine.
Olsen, by the way, chose the top this time, so we have a bit of a roll of positions here. Knopsnyder chose the bottom. And somebody's going to have to get on the bumper of the 8 machine for this restart. It looks like Barnes does get there, but does bobble and check up. Inside line got the better up. Is that going to be a jump? Don't know, but it's Knopsnyder with the edge right now.
That may be a jump, because if I'm not mistaken, you're not allowed to pass the leader. As McKay getting a little bit antsy on that inside line, but the 8 car of Holston has a lot of really good help behind him as well. And already being questioned, Christian Barnes asks, does the 82 jump the start there? And it is being reviewed by race control.
Good pacer now trying to go to the point. Has Holston all over his bumper, trying to make sure not to push in the wrong spots. And there goes the 38 to the lead.
Race control still reviewing this. A good chance that a penalty will be issued.
Race control announcing its decision.
Sounds like no penalty given to the 82 as the 8 had the opportunity to go but chose not to. because he originally went, and it looks like he spun the tires, so it doesn't sound like there's going to be a penalty issued to the 82 for that.
Knobsnyder still in the top 6 at the very least after the restart. As Barnes goes to the point and goes on the block.
Yeah, official decision, no penalty given to the 82. Official reason given is the 8 went, spun the tires, and then stopped.
Oh, look out.
Oh,
Here we go. Check up inside. They start scrambling and crashing. No caution yet as Knobsnyder's in the grass. The 88 and McKay's in the grass. Nail the caution waves. Oh, and McKay hard across the racetrack. Let's take a look at the replay as there was definitely a checkup, a big one right here.
Yeah, the 38 went to the inside of Christian Barnes, and McKay just a bystander in that, and McKay obviously and very rightfully so is not happy whatsoever.
Yeah, he's had terrible luck this race. 2 black flags for choose cones. Anytime he's got in track position, he's lost it.
Yeah, and that's the second time he's been involved in a wreck as well. You got to remember, he was involved in that very first wreck on lap 10 as well. Not horribly involved in that first wreck, but he still lost a lot of track position, and McKay is just not having a good race.
Let's see here what will happen with Knobsnyder.
And I guess in a way, when you put it like this, I guess that's a ball don't lie sort of moment for the 82. Because there was the question of did he jump the start, that he was not given a penalty for it, and then right after that gets involved in this wreck.
You're right there, David Moyer.
Ooh. Got away with it.
Still took some contact.
I think if we gave out an award for luckiest driver, that 47 has got to be up there. Because that's the second wreck he's avoided somehow.
Let's take a break. When we come back, more coverage. You're watching VSPEED, and you're more than halfway through stage 2.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to VSPEED as we're nearly halfway through the race overall. More than halfway through stage 2 here, the MRL 500. Justin Pritz, Nick Stein with you, DJ Line producing here for today's coverage here from iRacing's virtual Daytona Beach, Florida. It's been an interesting day so far, to say the very least. Brought to you in part by THDesigns. So brought to you in part by Wade Cycles, as well as by Sofa News. Just about ready to go for the restart. Interesting penalty coming through, a drive-through penalty for a restart violation last restart, Nick. After further review, they gave the penalty to the 38 for the last restart because he fired before the 8 and then pushed that inside leader before the race leader.
Yeah, I went back and looked at it, and that is a good call on race control's part. That is the only reason that the 82 ended up beating the 8 to the line, was because of that push from Good Pasters. So good call on race control's part, and props to them for actually taking the time to review it, because I know a lot of other leagues that would have sat there and just given the 82 a penalty and not looked at it.
So up front for this restart, Brock Hawkins leads the inside. It's Daryl Young who'll lead the outside line for this restart after the choose. A lot of people choosing the bottom this time. Some checking up an accordion, and we might have some more trouble back there. McKay just had another car fall in his lap for that restart.
Yeah, that is just another thing to add on for that 88 machine. He's taking names at this point, I feel like.
Restart under review, as there is a car-sized dent in this 88 machine after the restart. Let's take a look.
Yeah, it just looks like that the field isn't fully formed up. And by the time the green flag comes out, no one's ready for it, it looks like.
Yeah, huge gap, close the gap. Bam.
And boom.
Not pretty.
No, not at all.
That lost them the draft, by the way, by at least 4 seconds. So these drivers need a caution.
I mean, the way this lead pack has been racing, I would not be too concerned.
Yun up on the outside, starting to get some momentum with the help of Andrew Allen pushing. Isaac Brock, the birthday boy, now getting himself up front after running up in the back most of the race.
Yeah, Brock, one of those guys that was involved in that very first wreck on lap 10, had a lot of damage on that 21 machine, and he is able to get all that damage fixed, and he's finally back up in this lead pack and fighting for this win like he was expecting to today.
Absolutely. Looking from Andrew Allen's viewpoint. Still staying rigid up on the wheel. How intense it's starting to get around him. Just trying to get to the bumper of Young for the point.
And we're going to be 3 wide here for the lead, it looks like, as Nicole Young is going to get sent into the sucker hole here.
Straight up the middle, Jewett also joining him. And now moving down with him, Andrew Allen, not sure what lane to choose. He chooses the bottom. Isaac Brock is the only one who's not able to find a full line.
Daryl Young still on that middle line. I think he finally chooses the outside, and things start to calm down again for just a second at least.
Just a second. By the way, Good Pacer did serve that drive-through penalty after that initial incident. He's now back as a 32-second back situation on his own. But Christian Barnes, one of the console gamers, controlling the point for the time being. And what is that transition like for some of those that might be making the switch from console to iRacing? That's it, 3 wide again.
Through the middle, 3 wide.
Yeah, a lot of these people getting daring here.
Back to your question real quick, as someone who has done that transition before, it's a lot more difficult than people would expect, going from controller to a wheel like a lot of these guys have, as things get a little bit squirrely up front. Zachary King trying to push Christian Barnes, Daryl Young to the outside now. But as I was saying, it's a lot more difficult than people would expect, being able to go from a controller to a wheel. A little bit more difficult as you start to get used to how the wheel works, and depending on what kind of hardware these guys decided to buy with these wheels is going to determine how hard that transition is.
Yeah, I think we've seen at least the controllers we talked about already. For some people have the wheels absolutely out in force. It's still a preference depending on some of the circumstances. Right now, these drivers really pacing themselves. The pack's now 14 cars strong. Coming to halfway, next time by the way. And so far, this race near 2 hours without they've been able to break down. Oh, some more bubbles. Cross flags next time by.
There's a big wiggle from the 63 there of Tony Brennan. Derek Jewett gave him a little bit of a bump, and I don't think he was quite ready for it, and almost spun.
Yeah, for some of these drivers, it's been interesting to say the least. Now, Zachary King making a move inside. Owen Young nearly cleared himself.
I think Zachary King has forgotten about his friends now. I think he's just trying to race and get on with it, as Jewett there giving a little bit of a risky push to the 18 of Daryl Young off of 4.
Cross flags up at the stripe. It is the halfway point for the race. Still 100 laps to go here from Daytona. And so far, only one DNF and only one other car is a lap down. Is about to be 2, though. Good pacer about to be lapped.
Oh, man, with the way this outside line is pushing, he may have a chance to not go a lap down, because they are getting downright aggressive on that outside line.
Yeah, right now that outside line at least going to the middle. Lap traffic's using the top. No issues this time.
Yeah, no issues this time, as good pacer looks like he's going to keep the lead draft here, which is a big-time win for that 38 machine as he tries to get back onto the lead lap and get back up front here.
You just see how much momentum he's going to pick up here. He's definitely good. He's really good at this point.
Yeah, he has managed to keep with this lead pack, and that is going to make him the car to beat when it comes to getting back this lead lap. Oh, man, Christian Barnes almost got turned in the middle of 3 and 4 there.
Yeah, they're getting a little bit antsy in some of these circumstances here for some of these lane changes, you have to say. What do you say when you're seeing some of these close calls up front?
I'm sitting here saying, if I'm sitting up on the crew chief stand for some of these guys, I'm saying calm down. It is lap 103. There is no reason to be this aggressive. I get we're coming to the end of stage 2 here, and this is your last good chance at decent points to start the season. There is no reason whatsoever to be racing this aggressively. I understand it, though, because we're coming to the end of stage 2 here, about 17, 18 laps to go here to the end of the stage, and yeah, these guys they're getting a little bit hairy now.
Oh, there's an error push coming out of the corner. It's interesting how much some of these drivers have been able to handle some of the pushes, though I will say, even with the bobbles, a lot of offline pushes throughout this field.
Yeah, a lot of just risk. I mean, at this point, it's a game of risk versus reward, where at this point, the risk is way more than the reward. And like I said, I do not like how aggressive they're being pushed right now. I mean, Jewett looks like he's being the one guy that can give a push. And, I mean, Daryl Young and Derek Jewett look like the only two guys that are able to hold these aggressive pushes right now. Everyone else has just been getting way too loose getting these bumps.
Yeah, right now Young having to grip the wheel tightly. Here comes Brock Hawkins for the first time really up front. For the lead, I should say.
He's that third car in line on that outside, that number 96 bright green. Oh my goodness. Daryl Young almost getting turned again, and now Zachary King up to the top. He's going to bring Christian Barnes with him, and they're going to leave Brock Hawkins out to dry.
Yeah, a lot of these people making it clear. We only want to work with those in our circle of friends. And it's about finding friends where you can find them sometimes, right? Or being able to work as a team. And that's when a lot of these circumstances with those on the same wavelength have really dictated this front group.
Yeah, and if you're one of these cars that really doesn't have a lot of friends in this lead pack, as we're getting risky once again up front, you have to go out and you have to make friends, which is what Brock Hawkins is doing. He's been giving out pushes. He's been working with a lot of people in this lead pack, and he's making himself a lot of friends right now, and he's got a lot of guys behind him that he knows he can work with. So it's just a matter of surviving this absolute, just pure chaos as we get to the end of stage number 2 here.
Oh, another close call. Yeah, some people running on the apron there into the corner. Now trouble.
Big wreck. Huge wreck.
Caution flag is out. Barnes hard to the wall. And more. Oh, and the second pack just floored it into the wreck.
I think a car went upside down at some point in that.
Wow. From that second pack, but
wow.
Just push the pusher.
Oh. A lot of hard hits there. Barnes with the hard hit. Jewett with a hard hit as well. And then this second pack comes in, and Jewett gets nailed again.
Yeah, let's take a look. My goodness.
Yeah, Jewett ended up having to tow in that 45 machine. I thought I saw 3 broken toe links there. And that smoke, I feel like, oh my goodness, wow.
Yeah, they were absolutely not expecting that, I believe. That was absolutely wild. From the 33, the 9, and the 08.
Yeah, it was in the second pack of these guys that came through. I think it was Reggie Kime that ended up making the first bit of contact. May have been David Wallace. Yeah, David Wallace is the one who absolutely nailed Derek Jewett there. But Aaron Espy hit him first, but the big one was David Wallace.
Here's Espy, and this is Wallace. He chose the outside and just didn't see him.
Man, that's a lot of engine damage for that 80 machine. Keep in mind, this car idles at 2,000 RPM, and you saw it on that onboard. He was idling at 1450.
Some race control warnings going on as a result of the incident there. Some people having to burn faster pairs. We likely will have just above 10 laps to go in the stage here, Nick. It's getting a little bit hotter in terms of the tempers starting to flare up now as the laps start to turn.
Yeah, and it's only going to get worse as we get closer and closer to the end of this race. And tempers are, you said it perfectly, tempers are already starting to flare. We got 90 to go here. This is going to be interesting, to say the least, this final stage.
So Zachary King, yet again, is the leader in a situation where he was in the vicinity of the incident.
I don't
Brock
think
Hawkins in second. Go ahead.
I don't think that was entirely Zachary King's fault. I know he gave a push to Christian Barnes to start this wreck. I think it was more of Jewett pushing down onto that inside line, which kind of spooked the 27 of Christian Barnes. But as we get later into the corner, King ended up giving the 27 a push, and I think it was more of a run than the 27 was expecting, which is what caused the initial wreck.
EOL penalty for Barnes. This caution.
Yeah, I agree with that call. I agree with that. I know Zachary King gave the push initially, but I feel like that was on Barnes for not being able to handle the run.
Might just had a choose violation too, by the way, from the 08 machine. He was on the seam at the time there. But we're about to see what happens with about 11 laps to decide stage 2. King, again, up front. The first on the outside is Tony Brennan.
Yeah, and we know how crazy the end of stage 1 was. Does it lead to the exact same amount of chaos, or are these guys finally going to realize that it's still only lap 109?
About in position here, ready to go. Looking at some of the temperatures, by the way. Right now, that track temperature is still staying cool. It stayed about 70 degrees in sim all throughout the day. It is February 2nd in iRacing for the sim day, by the way.
Yeah, and that track tip has dropped. At the start of this race, it was sitting at about 81 degrees, now sitting at 74, but that air temp has gone up 1 degree. At the start of this race, it was 69 degrees Fahrenheit. It is now 70 in sim, as you see on our graphic there. And that track tip I feel like is going to continue to fall as the sun starts to go down. We're currently 4:13 virtual sim time. By about the end of this race, we should start to see the sun start to set.
Coming up to the restart. 11 to go in the stage here. Green flag is out. The inside line gets a good shove. King is off and away. Brennan doesn't get going.
It's been the case all race to this point. That outside line does not get going on this restart, but they come back with force as they start to get formed up here. It's just going to be a matter of who decides to get into that outside line.
A lot of people choosing the bottom right now. Some at the back choosing to try and find some track position again, wanting some stage points.
Yeah, 11 to go here in stage number 2. And it feels like this is the calm before the storm, before people start trying to make their moves for the stage.
And some people are making those moves right now. Ren amongst those, trying to do so with Holston on the bumper.
It sounds like that restart may be under review once again. Oh no, I think it's race control sending out another warning, telling people to calm it down.
Right now on board, this is with Ren. Ren starting to get some good head of steam built up right now in the 5-star racing car.
And here comes the 63 up to the outside line. He's going to have the 31 as well. Brock Hawkins, Tony Brennan. Blocking up front is Zachary King. Yeah, here comes the storm. It's happening.
Now it's starting to get a little bit blocky here, knowing the momentum swings. Back to the bottom is King.
Brennan's
Both lines,
as well.
both sides still separated out.
Not quite as crazy as we were expecting, or as crazy as the end of stage 1 was, which is very much welcomed here as these guys continue to race through 3 and 4. That 31 machine on the top line. Brock Hawkins trying to get the help from Brett Wren. Zachary King back up to block the 31.
Going to be the Pied Piper, so to speak. Try to choose outside, inside, control the bubble. Hawkins outside, 3 wide for the race lead. Caden loses the bottom as well. Up to the point goes Hawkins and Brennan.
And that 51 is Zachary King into the sucker hole. He is stuck in the middle. No one deciding to help him. He's going to go back to the back of that outside line.
Hawkins chooses the bottom. Wren now cycles his way up to side by side for the race lead. Still coming up to 7 to go in the stage as Brett Wren going to the point. He started this race in 26th.
And he becomes your biggest mover with that, leading his first laps on the day.
Those FSR cars all lined up, 3 of them on the top. Teamwork really started to come into play for them to be able to communicate and get themselves up to the point, but that inside still has more momentum.
That outside line starting to get formed up, though. Here comes Brett Wren. Brock Hawkins going to go up to block that 24, and the 63 of Tony Brennan's going to get sent into the sucker hole. Wren thought about taking it to the outside of Hawkins in that 31. They're 3 wide further in the pack as Tony Brennan tries to find a place in line. Nobody giving him any room whatsoever. It looks like he's going to go way further back.
All the way back to the edge of the top 10 for the time being. Still 6 to go in the stage. Brennan finally finds a hole in front of King at the very least, but that's going to drop kick them to about 8th or 9th.
Here's a little fun fact for you. Nobody in your top 6 other than Adam Holston started inside your top 10. Highest starter in the top 6 is Isaac Brock, who started 13th.
You know, some nerve-wracking moments at the moment. Who's going to make the next block? Oh, some more bubbles.
That looked like it was going to be big, but they somehow managed to all keep it straight. Wren to the inside now.
Wren now trying to play his lines with 5 laps to go. How would you...
Where did Wren come from? He was just in the sucker hole a couple of laps ago. He's now second on that outside line.
Gain back to 3rd on the outside line, absolutely. That's how big some of the momentum swings have been in this draft.
Here comes Daryl Young and Drew Jewett through the middle further back in the pack. They want this lead back.
And now some people changing lines. Offset 3 wide for a split moment. Look at that with the 88. He's now back in the mix too. That's Robert McKay in 15th. 4 laps to go in the stage.
Brock Hawkins on that outside line. He's got Tony Brennan and Zachary King for help behind him. A couple of really quick cars behind him. Are they going to be able to make up these positions they need to get back up to fight for this lead? And they got 2 of your favorites in Daryl Young and Drew Jewett behind them.
Apperly electing not to take points, just backed out of it.
Andrew Shobe hops up into that outside line.
Shobe getting a little bit loose. Joey Beam, we haven't mentioned that name all day, up to 3rd spot now in this line, for the bottom at least. So we're down to 3.
3 wide in the middle of the pack. Drew Jewett and the 18 of Daryl Young deciding to make it a little bit interesting.
Oh, some contact to the walls. Some of these drivers getting really antsy with it outside as he unbounces back and forth.
Daryl Young is in a place you do not want to be at all here at Daytona. He is in the middle of the pack, 3 wide with a ton of cars around him. And now Andrew Shobe is going to be the only one on that outside line.
Shobe losing all his momentum. Drops back as he tries to find a hole a little bit or some help with 2 laps to go now in the stage. Just about here. Contact once again.
Pit road has been closed officially by race control. We are going to the end of the stage here. And oh, Daryl Young and Tony Brennan make a little bit of contact further back in the field. And now we're back to 2 wide as who is going to make the move first?
Is anybody going to be able to make the move to rip away this stage win? Wren on his own on the bottom. Now you have Brock Hawkins leading the outside. Robert McKay trying to push there. 1 to go, coming up in stage 2 as the outside starts to build numbers. 1 more lap to go into the second stage.
Daryl Young and Drew Jewett trying to make it 3 wide on that outside line. They got Caleb Hunt in that 78 now stuck in the middle. Further back up front, Robert McKay trying to get up to that 31 car of Brock Hawkins trying to get this stage win. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to have the momentum to get up to this lead by the end of this lap.
They'll try though. They're trying to get there. Able to get alongside for third at the very least. Does Holston ditch Wren to steal the stage win, or do they stay single file up front? No peek out from the 8. Wren holds on, no attempt to pass. It's Brett Wren who wins stage 2.
Take a breath, people. They made it.
It's Wren, it's Holston, it's Hawkins, Beam, Brock, the top 5 at the time of caution. Robert McKay in 6th spot, 7th to Schob, Jan Knopfsnyder, Uman in the 10th position. And Wren now just has one more thing to think about, at least one more pit stop to get to the end after this caution period, Nick.
Yeah, and we didn't quite mention it there, but they were 3 by 3, 3 rows deep heading into turn 3 on that final lap of stage number 2. I thought we were going to have a massive wreck coming to the finish, but they were able to keep it all straight, and that was some pretty darn good racing there at the end as we get a VSPEED instant replay of this. Look at that.
And they all survived.
Wow. Poetry in motion there.
Field still trying to catch up to the pace car. As it looks like we have everybody trying to check up, look out. Some people didn't see the pace car and nearly slammed into each other there for a moment.
Looks like everyone gets woed up and nobody hits each other. How many times have we seen that at Daytona, Justin? Just people not knowing where the pace car is and going full speed in the back of the field.
See how many people elect to come down to pit road here. Expecting a lot of people to do so, in fact. Let's find out how they're going to exit the pit road, at least. Here they come down to pit road, this time by.
Expecting everybody to come down pit road, as if you come down now, if it goes green, you make it to the end on one more stop. As it looks like Drew Jewett is going to stay out here. Let's see how many one I saw. Jeffrey Goodpaster as well staying out. So only 2 cars deciding to stay out here.
Interesting calls for them, but everybody else coming in, a lot of people, or at least trying to take some tires. Tony Brennan missed his pit stall. A lot of others trying to make sure they get a good pit exit here. Another missed pit stall for Caleb Hunt. Race off pit road. It is, I think, McKay over Brock Hawkins. No,
they gave it to Hawkins.
Wow, they gave it to Hawkins.
And just a little correction, the only reason Derek Jewett and Jeffrey Goodpaster stayed out is they are lapped cars. So they're coming around to take their pit stop, it looks like, this time by.
Let's take a quick break. Stage 3 gets rolling. After this, you're watching VSPEED from Daytona.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to the MRL 500 at Daytona. Coming to 76 laps to go in stage 3. Justin Prince next time with you, DJ Line producing as we get set for the restart. Brock Hawkins control this restart. Robert McKay in second. Ren, the second car on the inside, the second car on the outside. Joey Beam here, Nick. It's been fun so far, but one more stage to go.
Yeah, a lot of race left to go here. As, like I said, you said it perfectly, 76 laps to go here. You're coming down to time to play ball here, but there's still a lot of time left. I said earlier, about the last 50 laps is when this race really starts to get going, and I'm fully expecting that here coming to the restart.
The outside line not grouped together here. Inside a little bit more steady together. Green flag is out. Back underway. 76 laps to go from Daytona.
Robert McKay solo on that outside does not have any help coming whatsoever. As here comes the 41 of Joey Beam.
The Beamer machine not wanting to push Robert McKay. Remember, has significant front end damage on his car, and they are checking up hard, trying not to get to his bumper.
This outside line needs to get going if they want to keep up with that inside. They are just not organized at all, and I understand why. They don't really want to work with that 88 who's got the damage from earlier, that earlier restart. But they need to work with him if they're going to catch up back to this lead. As here comes Daryl Young to the middle 3 wide.
Getting a little bit impatient, saying, I want to go forward now. Able to jump his way middle, but not able to clear anybody.
Oh.
Now he's in the door, a Beam.
Got a little bit tight there in the middle of 1 and 2. A lot of wiggling going up front. As we got people trying to figure out where they want to go. Brett Wren leaves the 31 of Brock Hawkins out to dry.
Wren to the point, Holston to second. Now Hawkins goes all the way to the back of the line. Knobsnutter now up there as well. And some of these drivers getting a little bit antsy early on with still plenty of racing to go.
And look at this on the outside line, the 78 of Caleb Hunt, after being sideways earlier in this race, almost getting nailed multiple times, back up front, pushing for this outside line, and it looks like he's doing a pretty darn good job of it as they're coming up with a huge head of steam towards this lead.
So 2 Bass Pro Shops paint schemes now working together as one collective unit. Also up there, Zachary Kane, who is also in that grouping. He elects to go down to the bottom instead, though. It's going to take some of the sails out from the top line. Oh, look at that move. Christian Barnes wants to go fast. He moves up and outside instead.
And now Daryl Young is in his favorite spot, being that 4th car in line, basically being the bubble pusher for this outside line now. That's how you have to push if you're going to make any time. You're going to need those first 3 cars to be pushing as hard as possible in order to make up time. McKay on that inside line gets a little bit squirrely off of 2.
Yeah, a lot of these people starting to really push hard, you know. Got to be making sure you stay lined up bumper to bumper, though, Nick. A lot of these drivers having a lot of bobbles coming down some of these straightaways. You see some of that swerve that we see.
Yeah, that swerve you see is each car getting connected to each other. The way this car works is as soon as you break the air bubble to the car in front of you, you're gonna walk on immediately, and that front car is gonna wiggle because you know you're messing with the rear downforce a little bit as soon as you make contact. So that's why a lot of these cars are getting really loose when they start bump drafting. But as soon as they get locked on and that first car gets back straight, they're good to go, and they're going to be moving a lot faster as now Christian Barnes moves down in front of the 82.
He leapfrogs his way up to third with that choice. Not bad from Barnes at all. He's had a very good race in the 27.
Yeah, he's had a quiet race in that 27. Other than that one big wreck earlier, haven't heard much from the 27 camp. And for good reason. I mean, he's been one of the most neutral cars in this field today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brett Wren still leading that inside line. Your stage 2 winner there. Here comes that 27 of Christian Barnes, though. He's got help from Brock Hawkins there in that 31 machine. It's a 2-car breakaway on that outside line.
How long can they keep the momentum together? Young is 2 car lengths back. That top. And it's also going to be interesting how some of these tire combos at this rate going to work out, as there goes the lead for Barnes. You have so many mismatches of tire sets as well. Some of these cars might just inadvertently start snapping around depending on some of their left side tires.
Yeah, a lot of mixed strategy going on in this lead pack. Some people have taken tires, other people haven't. A lot of these guys should be on fresh tires, though, because the strategy here should be take tires at each of the stages, and then it's up to you what you want to do at that final pit stop. As now here comes Caleb Hunt in that 78 machine to the inside of the 18 of Daryl Young. And here's another name we haven't said much tonight, Reggie Kime, up to that second spot on that outside line. Caleb Love to the outside now.
Hunt to the point. Getting a little bit daring once again, trying to make that move. Now Daryl Young getting a little bit dancy, nearly turned him as the 78 moved down.
Caleb Hunt now in front of that 31 of Brock Hawkins. Hawkins moved up a little bit to side draft the 18 of Daryl Young. Reggie Kime, though, up to the rear end of that 18 of Daryl Young as they work their way down the back stretch, cracking 195 miles an hour as this outside line.
And just all trying to get grouped together properly. And Jan is scaring me a little bit. He's had a lot of wiggles off turn 4 lately.
He has. That tells me he didn't take tires at the stage. So that 18 is one of these guys on older tires in this lead pack. Gonna have to keep an eye on him. A little bit of contact further back. Brett Wren in the 24, and then the 47 of David Moyer. Door banged in the middle of turns 1 and 2, but they all keep it straight. Here is now Reggie Kime trying to get back up to Daryl Young and get this outside line going again.
Yeah, just trying to get the lines back together. A lot of chatter over the radio, too, about some of these bobbles. Have to see what some of these cars are able to do here for the next little bit. Still plenty of time to go till they have to think about the pit stops. But for Caleb Hunt, that is great to see him back up front after getting turned around earlier on. That 78 looks comfortable now up front.
Yeah, and my American college basketball fans will know where this comes from. But get your nitroglycerin pills. This is getting crazy.
I'm not sure where that reference is from, I'll be honest.
John Rothstein, college basketball insider, says that every time.
Gotcha. But now...
That's what I said my American college basketball fans will know where that one's from.
Oh, that's wow. Hawkins to the point. Your thoughts on Brock Hawkins and how he's played things as Daryl Young turns hard left.
Wow! That is the type of moves you need to make to win this race, but if you're Daryl Young, I'm sitting there wondering how the heck I just made that move work on these old tires.
Here comes Caleb Hunt again. They're racing like there's only a few laps to go, not like there's 66.
Caleb Hunt, oh, he's going to be sent 3 wide. Oh, but Brock Hawkins. Oh, man, Reggie Kime almost gets turned by David Moyer. They all keep it straight somehow.
Yeah, some scary moments up front here. Daryl Young has nobody to work with again. He goes to the back. Now it's Barnes to the point again.
Brett Wren pushing Barnes now.
Yeah, they got a good buffer here. You don't want to get too far out, though, Nick. That's the thing, especially later.
Yeah, as we get further and further into this race, these guys are going to get punished more and more for making these 2-car tandem breakaways. You can do it with this next-gen car. It's just not going to be very effective unless you're pushing as hard as possible. And as we get further and further into this race, we're going to see these pushes get more and more aggressive. We're going to see these moves get more and more aggressive. And we're already starting to see it with these guys making these such aggressive moves. And Daryl Young is doing whatever possible to keep up with that outside line and keep that outside line going.
Looks like we had Derek Jewett just jump back in the car. He had a tech issue a little while ago. Like we might see him try and jump back in the race. Oh, that's wow. This pack still remains to be about 17 cars deep. Check that 24. All the way back 3 seconds. Everybody else is about more than 30-40 seconds back at the moment. Near contact to the wall.
Brett Wren also got a little bit squirrely on the back of Christian Barnes there. Both lines just struggling right now, it seems, to keep this momentum going. And at this point, it's a matter of who's going to break first.
Sun's starting to drop down, and we're approaching 5 p.m. in sim time. Starting to get a little bit darker. Should be later on. The clouds coming in. Oh, tech issue, Young. He nearly got rammed by Caleb Hunt.
Yes, sunset right now in sim, set for about 6:05 p.m. virtual sim time. Sitting at about 4:40 right now, so about an hour and 20 minutes till the sun goes down. And we may get some night racing here. I'm not too sure, but if it keeps going at this pace, I don't think we will get into the nighttime.
Yeah, it's going to get interesting the longer we go here. What these drivers are going to try and do. Try and pace themselves around 4. Oh, that's wow. Mind you, some of the others like Tony Brennan have dropped back. They're now trying to jump on the top line to join this frame. A few of the others are saying, I want to be up top side too as the momentum shifts.
Yeah, I'm going to bring something I said a little bit earlier back here for a second. This is where that 200-mile-an-hour game of chess really starts to get interesting. You've got these people. A lot of these people are starting to get to that point where they have a mental block that is telling them, you got to calm down here for a second. But the winner of this race is going to be the one that is able to break through that mental block and make the moves necessary. And this is the part of this game that it gets really scary for these guys. We're about 60 laps to go here, and this race is going to start picking up twofold.
Yeah. So what goes to the mental gymnastics at this point of the race, though, in turn?
At this point, exhaustion is starting to set in. You're 140 laps into this race. You've been racing if you've been in this lead pack all race, you've been racing at full speed for about 100 and I would say probably about 110 laps to this point at full speed in the middle of the pack. Exhaustion is starting to set in just a little bit, especially if you're on a direct drive wheel. You're starting to get to that point where you're like, okay, when are we going to get to the end of this race? And that is going to be the person that breaks first, is that person that just lets exhaustion take over for just a second.
Reggie Kime now is the one leading the outside. They are talking about pit stops in about 20 laps. There's a lot of communication from some of those in this pack on their fuel numbers to make sure they stay in sync.
Yeah, if it comes down to green flag pit stops, it's going to be who can stay the more organized coming off of pit road. The group that stays the most organized is going to be the group that wins this race if it goes green all the way. You also got to keep in mind we're getting up to that point where you can make it to the end on fuel. 51, or I lied again, 59 laps to go. And you're shooting for somewhere in between 45 and 55 to go to make your final pit stop if you want to make it to the end. Or if we get a caution in that range, nobody has to worry about fuel.
Yeah, those pit parties about to become really massive.
And if we do end up getting a caution before the end of this race, I would expect everybody in the field to take at least a fast repair if you still have fast repairs left.
Yeah, at this point, it's going to be also the question, how do you try and get yourself towards the front at this point if you're towards the back? Eventually, some of these drivers are going to have to get the track position in order.
Yeah, that's going to come down to who wants to be aggressive, who wants to make the first aggressive move. Because as soon as somebody makes an aggressive move, kind of like what we saw Daryl Young do earlier, that is when it's going to kick this race off. It's going to be who is going to send a 3 wide first. Because as soon as somebody sends a 3 wide, you're going to have a third line before you know it. So right now, we're kind of going back into that calm before the storm. As soon as we get past that green flag pit stop, all bets are off.
Right now, time still continuing to make up some ground to the outside. Got to 4th last time by. Get some help right now from David Moyer. Still see him moving forward as Schob moved to the inside previously.
From what I'm seeing so far, David Moyer just does not have the car to push right now. This outside line is, they're making ground, but they're not making the ground necessary to fight for this lead. David Moyer, he has a good car. That 47 is quick. It's just he does not have a car that's capable of pushing right now.
In some cases too, Nick, some people just say, why should I push? There's still laps to go.
Yeah, that's the point, but if you want to make any time at all, as here comes the... No! Zachary King sideways on the backstretch.
Caution flag is out. He saved it, but still has damage. We're under caution, and we are still having cars stack up.
All right, this is where this race gets a little interesting here. We're right on the edge of the fuel window. Yeah, just an accordion effect there for Zachary King and others.
Let's center caution once again here in this one.
And like I said, this is where strategy really becomes a big part of this race. We're right on the edge of the fuel window if you could fuel save. Now, what we may see is we'll see people make their main pit stops, but if some of these guys are smart, they're going to pull it down pit road again as they're coming to 1 to green. They'll take the EOL, but they're going to come down and top off on fuel, and that could be the difference. So we'll see who decides to play it smart and come down coming to 1 to green.
We'll see. And we've had a crash under caution. Adam Holston just ran into the back of a car under caution and broke his car. He just hit David Moyer.
That's Oh, he already had a broken toe link. This is... What happened to the number 8? Because... Oh!
Yeah, just look at this. Check up in front. Doesn't lift.
Ah, that looks like somebody was trying to make some changes to his car before these pit stops here.
Pit party time for the field. Everybody coming down. And it looks like some fuel onlys. Off and away. Race off the lane. Daryl Young getting the edge.
And now we get the chance to kind of sit down and breathe for a second.
Take a break. When we come back, more coverage. You're watching VSPEED from Daytona for the MRL 500.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to VSPEED for more coverage of the Mystic Racing League and its Cup Series. Coming up to a restart here with Daryl Young and Christian Barnes up at the very front of the field. And it's been an interesting day so far, to say the very least. We have 53 to go, Nick.
50 there you go. An interesting day is a good way to put it. The first, I don't know, quarter of this race was pretty much I don't want to say it like this, but pretty much a wreck fest, as we had 3 or 4 cautions in the first stage, and then after about stage 1, halfway through stage 2, they finally started to calm down, and it's been some really good racing ever since. So interesting day is the perfect way to describe how this race has gone to this point.
Now it's going to be the matter of how we race it out. It's going to be interesting on the fuel. Pass-through penalty for Adam Holston for the crash under caution. So they'll have to come back down pit road and sacrifice time after that contact under this caution period.
That is more than likely going to put Adam Holston another lap down, as he was on the lead lap, but it'll put him 1 lap down again because of this drive-through. So that number 8 car going to have some more work to do to get back up in front.
Coming up to the restart. Green flag is out. 52 to go. And Daryl Young heads straight to the top.
Playing a little bit of Indy Snake here, trying to break the draft. I don't understand why he would do that, but it looks like he's going to stick to the bottom.
It's Getting brighter in terms of sunshine again as the day starts to set. Visibility potentially going to become a factor here, as now the outside's getting momentum, the inside already 3 car lengths ahead.
Yeah, we're coming up into golden hour here at Daytona, and these cars are going to start to shine as we get towards the end of this event.
Still, pit stops, I think you still are outside the fuel window possibly. Based on time of the caution, it's going to be very tight.
Yeah, fuel saving is going to be a big part of the last 50 laps of this race, as it was tight to begin with. And we saw on that restart there was only 8 cars lined up side by side. That's because a lot of people decided to pull it down pit road one more time before we went green in order to top up on fuel. And you doing that, coming to 1 to green, causes you to get an end of line penalty, which is why we had so many cars lined up on the inside.
$50 laps to go this time by. Still a lot more racing to go. Now it's going to be the plotting and planning stage. This was where you expected to be intense.
Yeah, the intensity going to rise up twofold. We're going to see who is going to have the ability to get past that mental block, who is going to be able to deal with just everything that has happened, the mental exhaustion this race brings you. Who is going to be able to deal with that, and who's going to be able to come out on top of this one? Darrell Young still your leader on that outside line, but Caleb Hunt in that 78 working that inside line just a little bit, as you've got a lot of your favorites in this race up at the front right now. Christian Barnes is pushing that outside line. Darrell Young's been up front all day. Brock Hawkins has really made a name for himself right now.
Yeah, he's been doing really well this second half of the race. Right now, this pack featuring about 14 cars once again after the restart. So now it's going to get interesting how these cars are going to change handling-wise. Do you expect them to change now that these conditions continue to change more and more towards darkness, which would in turn, in theory, make the track cooler?
Yeah, the way iRacing works with its weather is as the sun starts to go down, this track temp is going to come down more and more. And like you said, a colder track is going to mean more grip for these guys. And in turn, more grip is going to mean the ability to make a lot more aggressive moves, as Brock Hawkins gets a little bit of a risky push from the 27 of Christian Barnes there, but is able to keep it going. But like I said, grip should start to increase a lot more for these guys as they get later and later into the day.
Looking on board from time. You see just how some of the sunshine started coming to play just a little bit around this racetrack. Right there, especially right off the corner, it starts to become brighter and brighter.
Yeah, and as that sun starts to set and starts to get closer to the grandstands, it's going to become a lot harder to see coming down into the tri-oval for these guys. And that's one of the bad parts about Daytona and the way it's situated, is that you're always going to have that sun in your eyes as you're coming to the end of the Daytona 500.
A little bit of a bobble there from Wren, but able to hold on to it for the most part.
You can see the second pack a little further back. I think that's the pack that's trying to fuel save here and make it to the end on no more stops. Would not surprise me if they're working on fuel saving here, just trying to make it to the end.
Yes. The thing is going to be, though, eventually you need to be in that main pack if you want a shot at the win. These drivers are running 46.5s. They're 2/10 quicker than the lead pack.
Yeah, that's the reason that or well, with fuel saving and it being a smaller pack than this main lead pack, you're going to be faster by default because you have less cars pulling less air. So you're automatically going to be faster even if you are fuel saving. So this lead pack should start to catch this main pack, but they're still going to be focusing on fuel save.
That includes some of the ancient World Gaming machines. In that line, that right now at the moment includes Pacoma's working with Rafferty. So they lead that grouping and just about get themselves back in draft distance for good measure. Here's a look at their lap deltas.
Oh, we got a spin! Christian Barnes sideways in the middle of the field!
Caution flag is out. They're able to hold on to it. Here comes the second pack. And this time,
they got a load up.
The 45 nearly clobbered somebody, but we're under caution.
Yeah, it looks like Christian Barnes just got a little bit of a bad push from Kime, possibly. Oh, no. The 63 of Tony Brennan. Looks like he went up the track a little bit. Now this begs the question, who comes down pit road here?
That was going to be my question, too. Yeah, right there. Brennan. And or heavy contact. Tony Brennan picked up a meatball flag. That was the 45, by the way, that car that was sprinting through that nearly hit at least a few people.
All right, if I'm sitting on the crew chief box for these guys, I'm sitting here thinking, we'll watch this replay real quick and then I'll mention this, but oh my goodness. Wow.
Oh, wow, indeed, absolutely.
He did the right thing and checked up, but I don't think he expected this car to be right here. Whoa. That close. As I was saying, though, if I'm sitting on the crew chief box for a lot of these guys, and I'm sitting here thinking, all right, 44 to go, I'm pulling my car down pit road, and I'm topping off with fuel to the end.
Daryl Young electing to come in. This should get him in if it stays to green to the end on fuel possibly here.
Yeah, 43 to go is within the fuel window to make it to the end. The only real risky part about pitting right here is, do you have enough fuel should there be a green-white-checkered? That is the only question right now for a lot of these guys that came down pit road, and a lot of them are taking tires as well. Wouldn't be surprised if some of these guys took their final fast repairs as well.
Yes, indeed. Bobby Rafferty, by the way, coming out ahead. Robert McKay. So Munster's down there with Andrew Allen. Most people came down. Caleb Hunt, Brett Red should say, Shob, Hawkins, Knopfsnyder, on with the 45. Jewett did not come down to the pit road this time by. The 45 is laps down, mind you. And an EOL for the 08 machine. Something going on with David Wallace as he'll go to the back.
Yeah, David Wallace. Not sure what that EOL was for. I don't think he was involved in that wreck at all.
Yeah, you can see where they're communicating on the radio. Some of these drivers, that's Wren, talking with his teammates at the moment. Curling in second. He's been up in the front for much of the second half of this race.
Yeah,
EOL.
I'm not sure why David Wallace was given an EOL there.
He just got confirmation speeding on in the pits.
Ah.
There's also an EOL for a pit road closed entry. Tony Brennan entered the pit road while it was closed. but he did have mandatory damage. That's why the 63 had to come down when the pit road was closed. Choose this time. Caleb Hunt chose the top.
Yeah, and he's got a friend right behind him in the 31 of Brock Hawkins. These two have worked together a lot. The Bass Pro twins have worked together a lot this race, so not surprising that these two lined up nose to tail.
Getting all regrouped here.
The 31 was given an EOL for being doubled up for the choose.
Getting all set to go once again. EOL for doubling on choose 31. Brock Hawkins to the back with the choose penalty.
One of your favorites as well in that 31. Man, that's gotta hurt.
He's in good track position in the second half of the race. Not anymore. Bobby Rafferty in the best track position he's been. Here's a look from Shobe. That can is still there.
My question is, has he been drinking from said can?
Apparently it's decoration. He hasn't been lifting at that point.
Well, that's good. Well, we're coming up to 40 to go here. Who do you like, Justin?
I'm not quite sure, because every time it seems like somebody gets comfortable, something happens. I'm not sure who my pick would be at this point. But let's try the restart. Green flag is out. Off and away goes Caleb Hunt on the top side. Bobby Rafferty, for the first time since the start of the race, is up front, but not anymore. His outside line is dropping back.
Yeah, Bobby Rafferty in that number 7 doesn't have a lot of help, but he has good help behind him in the 18 of Daryl Young. That 18 has pretty much done everything in his power to get this outside the line to work all day, and finally now it's starting to work for that 18.
Right now, 78. At the bottom, here comes the block. Shobe trying to block Rafferty. The GOAT making a move.
Shobe makes it work. Rafferty decides to check up. Now, here comes the 82 once again. Remember, he was sideways earlier in this race. That's Jared Knopfschneider.
Just received a word from race control that there is communication that the drivers that pit might still be short here, Nick. They still need a fuel save, some of them. A couple think they're good to go.
It's going to get interesting here. Who's good and who's not? I can guarantee you a lot of these guys that didn't pit are not good, as Daryl Young thought about 3 wide through the middle with Robert McKay and Jared Knopfschneider, but thinks better of it and stays with that bottom line. But you're absolutely right. Daryl Young to the outside in front of Knopfschneider made no mistake there that he wanted the outside.
Able to grab his way up outside. Less than 40 laps to go in this one. Here comes Daryl Young. Does Wynn go for the block? He's thinking about it. He's thinking and prodding and planning as the outside line gets moved ahead.
Knopfschneider a little bit squirrely on the back of the 18 of Daryl Young for the lead, but that 2-car tandem is going to take the solo lead. They have the inside if they want it. Knopfschneider thinks about it, and he does. He takes it to the inside of the 18, and he will take the lead in that 82.
Well, Daryl Young, though, will go at least side by side at the stripe. Knopfschneider gets the lead lap, absolutely. See a lot of poking and planning out right now with 38 laps to go. These drivers are still going near full sawn up front. We'll see how hard some of the others are going to try and save here. Now there's some people trying to cut the gas off a little bit.
Yeah, we've officially crossed the 3-hour mark since the drop of the green flag. Daryl Young takes it to the inside, but the 82 at Knob Snyder is going to stick it right in that tiny little gap the 18 at Daryl Young left.
Right now trying to carry speeds in the 190s into the wall. Go the outside line drivers. A lot of these drivers trying not to go too fast, trying to go half throttle to save.
Yeah, speeds are dropping right now about 190-ish miles an hour. Between 185 and 193 are about the ranges I'm seeing right now, at least for these leaders. So yeah, fuel saving is definitely in order for a lot of these guys trying to make it to the end. Remember, Daryl Young was one of these guys that pit under this last caution. So in theory, he is the one that is determining the pace of this race.
How fast he wants to go as the leader, we'll have to see. You burn more gas as the leader. It's almost a situation where you don't want to lead.
Yeah, you really do not want to be the leader at all coming down to the end of this race, especially when it's a fuel mileage race like this. But somebody has to lead, and Daryl Young wants to be that one because I think he's in the camp that's expecting at least one more caution in this race. And honestly, I like the strategy.
Yeah, he's right now. Munsto's trying to stay brave. That outside line still continues to keep breaking back and forth with the 5-star racing machines. Continuing to cycle back and forth. Right now, that inside grouping starting to try and stretch it out a little bit. Knob Snyder, bad push for a moment.
For just a moment, there was also a car in the wall in the back. I think that may have been the 33 of Aaron Espy. Not too sure, but he just barely tapped the wall off of turn number 4. Kicked up a little bit of a smoke with it as well.
Yeah, still 35, coming to 34 laps to go in this race. Still anyone's game, still a lot of strategy. Most of the field has stayed in the main pack. 22 cars are in this pack at the moment. Look at that speed difference. Some people are starting to kick up the speeds, if anything. We'll see if that burns a little bit too much. It's gone up 3-4 miles an hour now.
Yeah, we'll have to see who is good. Because I think a lot of the people that pit under this last caution are in the back of this lead pack fuel saving right now, whereas Daryl Young is the only one right now who's deciding to kind of push the pace a little bit, try to pick up the pace of this race, and try to force these other guys to pick up the pace as well to keep up with them. So in layman's terms, he's playing offense while playing defense at the same time as well.
Yeah, and right now, it's a matter of seeing if that's going to work out for him. I'm still intrigued that 88's been staying up front here despite the damage. That front nose has been crumpled in for a while. It's still got speed in it.
Yeah, that's the one good thing about the next-gen car. Even with a little bit of front splitter damage, you still have enough downforce to be able to stick with the pack. The only real thing that would take you out of this lead pack would be any sort of wheel damage, but for right now, that 88, despite everything he has been through this race, he is still managing to keep it in the top 5.
Still maintaining the speed he needs to at the moment. That top line has really dropped back, by the way. 5-star racing machines going straight to the back. And in theory, you would burn more gas trying to run the high line, wouldn't you?
In theory, yes, but technically, it's such a small difference that it really doesn't mean that much. I mean, at the most, you're burning maybe a tenth of a lap more at the most running that outside line. So it's not really anything to be too worried about as Daryl Young now getting shuffled out.
He gets squeezed out from the race lead. This allows him to be able to try and save some gas. In fact, he chose to go up there. I think that's Daryl Young playing the fuel strat game, and that's Coyle up the top.
He's going to get sent 3 wide by Bright Rin.
Oh. And now it gets it a Ren. Contact with Beam. Everyone holds on to it. And they grouped back together.
That was Daryl Young trying to get up into that outside line. Almost causes a huge wreck here. Miracle that everyone was able to save that.
About 30 laps to go. Somehow we stay green from that. That could have been bad. That could have been very bad, Nick.
Very bad indeed for a lot of cars there. Things starting to get a little bit hairy here. People are starting to realize we're getting close to the end of this race. 29 to go now. This is about the point where we're going to see people really start to pick up the pace. As if it wasn't already being picked up.
Yeah. It's starting to pick up again with the 51. Oh, Daryl Young just got shuffled back. As now, oh, that's while Zachary King tries to make his way back to the point, his favorite spot.
Yeah, Knob Snyder up front, getting a little bit risky with the pushes from Caleb Hunt, but they're able to keep that inside line going. Here comes that outside line with a huge head of steam. Caleb Hunt takes the block to the outside in front of the 51 of Zachary King, and now Hunt's going to be your solo leader.
Hunt again to the point. Now it's King to the bottom. King goes back to the point. Zachary King going from the back to front again after leading laps earlier. He leads the inside line now.
That is how quickly momentum can change. And now Hunt back to the inside. The 51 of Zachary King almost getting put into the middle 3 wide, but was able to keep it on that inside line. Now here comes Andrew Shobe to the front.
Shobe's been going back and forth towards the front. Now he is at the front. And he's getting turned to the wall.
Scared.
Contact as the caution waves. They crash to the tri-oval. Some hard licks as they spin around. The 8 goes around. Shobe goes down with contact. And more as more crashes into the corner.
That is exactly what you didn't want to see.
Caution flag waves. Let's take a look.
Shobe just gets a bad push, it looks like. That is the big one, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, and he gets clocked again by the 45. As if to add insult to injury.
A lot of heavy hits, absolutely, in that. And that's going to really change the complexion of this one with Shobe. Taking a lot of heavy contact. Let's take a look again. They've given cause of caution to both him and the 92.
Now you're at the point in this race where I fully expect the entire field to come down pit road. This is the point where you take your last set of tires. You take whatever fuel you could fit into this car. You take your final fast repair. As a couple people, interestingly enough, deciding to stay out here. A lot of people, actually.
Who's on board with Christian Barnes? Let's keep an eye on this one. Take a listen. Just avoids it all, but he did have to run through pit road to avoid it.
Yeah, he did end up getting his penalties cleared since he was in the process of avoiding a wreck.
To reset your field here, though, guess who is leading? Robert McKay is now your leader. Joshua Thornton also stayed out. Bobby Rafferty is third amongst those on track.
Yeah, you got a lot of people who started outside the top 15 in your top 5 right now. McKay started 23rd. Thornton started 28th. You got Joey Beam started 17th. Andrew Allen started 22nd. A lot of guys started outside the top 15, and they've managed to survive, and now they're sitting up front looking pretty.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Now it's going to be a true test as well for some of the drivers. McKay had so much bad luck earlier on today in this one, and now he's in the driver's seat. It's going to be an important shoes for him. He's had 2 violations today.
We'll have to keep an eye on this and see if he's able to avoid the choose penalty.
Looks like here we go. Bottom. Bobby Rafferty is the first one to go up top side. Might have had some close calls there for a couple of people. But it's going to get very interesting the rest of the way. Under 30 laps to go in this one, Nick.
Yeah, I'd like to be in the mind of some of these people who decided to stay out here and just kind of figure out what the thought process is here. Because I'm not the biggest fan of staying out on that caution. I would rather have the security to know that I'm going to make it to the end than have to rely on a little bit of fuel saving this late into the race. Because with the draft, even if you do pit, you're going to be able to make it back up front pretty easily. So at this point in the race, it's worth taking the track position hit, I feel like, in order to make sure that you make it to the end.
Again, Robert McKay of Spring Hill, Tennessee, part of the Midwestern Racing Corporation, has 5 league wins in his history. He's a high school honors student and now is coming up to 25 to go to pick up a win in the MRL 500. Can he keep it up front for 25 more circuits around Daytona?
It is going to be tough, but if anyone could do it, that 88 machine is. He has gone from the back to the front at minimum 3 times this race. So that car has the speed to win this race. The only drawback is that little bit of damage he has on the front splitter.
Restart time. Here we go. Okay. Up front, Rafferty in second, Thornton in third. Green flag is out. Back underway. Good start for the inside. A great start for the inside, in fact.
Yeah, they're going to have to. Oh, we have a little bit of checkup in the further back of this field. Couple of people not able to get quite going here. That is going to cause a little bit of a backup from about 10th on back.
Some people not getting some great runs like Holston and more that are all the way back there in a second pack now. They're going to need to get back going in quickly if they want to be able to regather. That's a lot of the people who just pit, mind you, that are trying to regain their momentum. The people who didn't pit still have a small buffer. Looks like they're going to hold on to the draft as here comes the first pack through the corner.
Off of turn number 4, McKay still leading this race. That outside line doesn't, it's only got 3 cars, but here comes the rest of the pack to maybe help this outside line get back up towards this lead. But right now it's McKay, Thornton, and Ullman on that bottom line.
Still though, Bobby Rafferty, he picked up the win in the Clash that was held a few weeks ago by this series. He's trying to make some headroads here, and we know Bobby Rafferty is very quick. We've seen him in various leagues over the seasons. Short track prowess, now trying to win in a super speedway.
Oh, we got a car spinning, Knob Snyder.
Oh, they're still wrecking. Caution not out yet. Now it waves. They're crashing in turn 4. Hard slide.
Ooh.
And King bouncing off a couple.
Somehow it looks like both of them managed to avoid any major damage there.
Back under caution. Tetsi level is ramping up again. Right there.
Yeah, Knob Snyder gets up into the marbles for just a second. And look at this, both these guys just barely glancing off the wall.
Daryl Yanamonso's already ducking in. Aaron Espy has just parked it as well. We have our second DNF for the third, in fact. I should say fourth.
Yeah, Race Control's trying to figure this one out, sort it out, and figure out who's going to get the at fault for this one. Daryl Young has retired as well. One of your favorites in that 18 is done for the night.
Oh, that's why. That's definitely not helpful for Espy, as he just clobbered him. But under yellow here at Daytona, and it looks like we're going to have pit stops. That's Wren pitting from the top 10. Caleb Hunt coming back down again, and a couple more that are also going to join him.
Yeah, this is more than likely your money stop if you come down pit road here. This is the time to make sure your pit stop is perfect. Take your tires if you think you need them. Take your fast repair if you have it left. Get topped up on fuel. Because the way we're going, do not be surprised if we see a green-white-checkered for this race.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. Zachary King took the fast repair. Wren second in the lane. Hunt third. Zach White, we haven't mentioned that name all day, came out fourth. Amongst those who elected to pit there.
It looks like a good chunk of the field did decide to stay out. All the way back to, it looks like, around Zachary King, maybe Alex Pollock.
Yeah, now it's going to get interesting the rest of the way here. You're coming up to a 20-lap dash, about, say, if it goes green, about 15, 16 minutes in theory, if you're thinking about it minute-wise. This could get to where we might see absolute calamity, or we might see absolute calmness until the end. What is your game plan, knowing you only have 20 laps to plan this out now?
Now, if I'm a car that stayed out, I'm playing full defense. I want to make sure that nobody is able to get around me. But if I'm a car that just came down pit road for the final time, full offense, full aggression. I need to get back up front, because if you're in the car right now and you're sitting behind, I don't know, 15th place or so, those are about the area of people that just pit. So around there is where I'm expecting the most aggression out of these people who've been up front for the majority of the night, but now are trying to get back up front as we got the choose.
Through the choose kill and they go. We'll see what happens here. This time Rafferty choosing the outside to get the second again. Thornton picking up the second spot on the bottom yet again amongst those who are pushing. So I'm curious if this is going to work out for the top side eventually. The top side just has continuously struggled in the restart zone today.
Yeah, that's the way it's always going to be with the way the restart zones work here on iRacing. because as soon as you get past the initial green flag, as soon as you get any other restarts after that, as soon as the leader gets into the restart box, it's his choice to go whenever he wants. So automatically that outside line is going to have a huge disadvantage. It used to be a lot worse before the restart zones were implemented, but now it's a little bit more manageable. And from what we've seen tonight, this outside line is able to get formed up and get back up towards the lead after a couple of laps. So it's going to be a matter of how quickly this outside line is able to get formed up. And don't be surprised if we see some people send it 3 wide trying to get back up front.
EOL penalties this time for Ullman and for Hawkins for doubling on the restart. So they have 2 restart violations that will cost Ullman from the top 5. He had been scored 4th before the choose cone. And now
that's going to hurt those 2 for sure.
20 to go. Coming up at the stripe. McKay and Rafferty, your front row.
Do or die time.
Do or die time and planning for hours. Now they're stacking up behind them. But the restart zone, green flag is out, a little bit more spread apart this time on the inside.
Yeah, not quite as formed up there on the bottom. Robert McKay, he's got a decision to make here in a couple of seconds. Who's got more momentum? Who does he want to go with?
Yeah, that inside line's just not catching up to McKay right now. That's going to keep the 88 in trouble. Here comes Rafferty, Bobby Rafferty, going for the race lead. Now it's Thornton finally getting to the bumper.
Thornton finally gets the 88. Rafferty, though, has a nose on the 88 of McKay. Rafferty going down for the side draft. Both cars attempting the side draft here, but the 7 of Rafferty, not really any help from that 41 machine of Joey Beam, but is able to keep up with the 88 of McKay.
Rafferty getting the lead lap that time by 19 laps to go. Still trying to clear himself at the moment. Does have a teammate, Bacomas, who is still behind the 41 to work with potentially. Looks like the 60 going to drop out of the top 15. He elects to go all the way down the apron with tech issues. Oh, and someone gets turned around.
Knopfsnyder.
Knopfsnyder going all the way through the grass. No caution. We stay green. He had been running 15th.
That hurts for that 82. That 82 has been fast all day. And right at the end, just gets a bad stroke of one. McKay gets turned in the middle of the field. It's a huge wreck.
Caution for the big one in live action. Knopfsnyder clean. They crash into turn 1. Most of the pack has broken up. And just about everybody involved in this one. Take a look right up into the pack.
Bad push there from Thornton into the 29. And it causes the biggest wreck we've seen to this point today. And it sounds like from the in-driver radio, we actually have an injury. Someone may have actually gotten hurt because of this wreck.
Telling drivers to give space right now with the situation.
So, what I thought I heard it was the 70 of Stephen McComas who may have gotten hurt. Rafferty over the in-race radio says he may have broken his finger.
Let's see what the 70 had here.
Oh, yeah. Oof. Oh, we're also hearing it could have been his wrist.
Yes. Direct drive wheels, if you have a direct drive, with hits like that, with the force you take, Nick, it could absolutely injure you if you hold the wheel a certain way or your wheel goes a certain way.
As someone who has a direct drive wheel, I can attest to that. I've had a couple of wrecks where the wheel snapped out of my hand. Luckily, I've never been hurt by it, but yeah, direct drives are certainly a very, very powerful wheel, and they can definitely hurt you if things go wrong.
Hearing that the 70 is going to attempt to finish this race out, so he's going to try and see if he can drive it on home at the very least with that potential injury situation mentioned. He just took the faster pair. It looks like he is off and away.
Yeah, that.
Let's take a break. We come back. Closing stages. The MRL 500 continues here from Daytona.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to Daytona. Coming up to the final stretch once more after a big one. Strikes on the front straightaway here at Daytona. Less than 15 laps to go. Justin Prince, Nick Stein with you, with our producer DJ Lyon. Today's race brought to you in part by three partners for today. That being THDesigns, by Wade's Cycles in Columbus, Indiana, and by Sofa News. I'd like to thank them for their support at this series here tonight. Bobby Rafferty up front in control of this field here, Nick. The field and its complexions continue to change.
Absolutely. We're coming down to the point where I still don't know who has the best chance of winning this race, because let's put it like this. This car is built for close finishes. You take a look at last year's real NASCAR season, 3 of the top 5 closest finishes in NASCAR Cup Series history happened last year. So I can't tell you who's going to win this race. I genuinely have no clue.
Knobsnutter had to go down to the back of the field. He's dropped back. The 82 is the only penalty for the choose cone violation. But now, can Bobby Rafferty close it out is a huge question. His teammate in the 70, McComas, saying that it's his hand that hurts from the wreck, will look to try and finish the race out and look to possibly go for the win. He'll be starting around the mid-pack for the restart in the 70.
It'll be a gutsy performance if he's able to finish this race, let alone get a good position out of it. I think at this point he's just trying to finish this race.
Coming up to the restart, a 14 lap dash. Green flag is out. Back underway. Rafferty. Not a good jump from the outside. Thornton actually equalized him on the jump.
Yeah, and Rafferty doesn't have a lot of help right now. Thornton, though, has a little bit in the form of the 63 of Tony Brennan. But that outside line starting to get formed up. Side drafts now going through on that outside line.
Still keeping it side by side for the race lead. The inside line's got good momentum. Tony Brennan over the bumper, but it's Beam that's pushing Rafferty up front. Rafferty blocks the inside.
Takes that inside line momentum. Brennan gets a little bit loose on that inside line. Outside line starting to form up once again. Joey Beam being the leader of that outside line. He's got the 27 of Christian Barnes, who's been up front all night for help.
Can Barnes squeak his way back to the point? Just 13 laps to go. A little bit of squirreliness for the outside line as they try and get the momentum built up. Looking on board from the pack as you see squiggling from Zach White.
Looks like Christian Barnes is trying to get the 41 of Joey Beam to stick to this middle line, which seems to be the most comfortable for the 27. Inside line getting a little bit squirrely here. Able to keep it straight. Joey Beam almost gets turned in the middle of 3 and 4.
Able to hold on to it. A bit of a swoop there from Brennan as well. You do not want to leave the bottom open at this point.
You don't want to leave any line open, and that's where these big wrecks at the end of these races come from, is people trying to make their car wider than the track is.
Side by side for the 4th position. Here's Alex Pollock. Nobody's saving fuel at this point. Pollock trying to stay calm, cool, and collected.
Joey Beam still up top, getting everything he has pushed out of him by the 27. 27 gets turned in the middle of the field. Looks like most people are going to keep it straight.
Tempers flare again. Caution flag is out with 12 coming to 11 laps to go.
That's the 3rd time the 27 has been turned today. And I think that's the 2nd time he's been turned by the 38, actually.
David Moyer picked up a meatball flag from this caution period. Something going on with the 47. Looks like he's parking it. Let's take a look at the replay.
Oh, no, it was the 92 who turned him. So, yeah, that is the 2nd time the 27's been turned by the 92.
Sebedy McComas taking some hard hits there again.
I know that one hurt for the 70.
Absolutely. Off brakes for the 38 again in the middle of that pack. Some good saves though, once again from the 27 to prevent that car from sliding off and losing even more track position.
Looks like pit road gonna stay quiet here, at least for your top 5. Got 1 pulling it down pit road. 2, 3, 4, 5. It looks like 5 cars decided to pull it down pit road.
Looking like we'll have an 8-lap dash here, Nick. And the tempers starting to continue to rise. This is only going to get more and more intense.
Yeah, this is about the time where people start to realize that they don't have any friends anymore. You get inside 10 laps to go at Daytona, all your friendships go away. All anyone is focused about right now is that glory of winning the Daytona 500.
Lights have come on. So the lights are on here at Daytona. As the in-sim time is nearly up to 6 o'clock. Good Paster just parked it for the night. He's done.
Yeah, sunset is at 6:04 in sim time. It is currently 5:40. So if we get another caution, there's a or if we go into green-white checkers, there's a good chance we go into some night racing here.
But the Middletown, New York-based driver, Bobby Rafferty, continues to control things up front. He'd been running in the back much of the day, Nick, and now he looks to strike at the right time.
Yeah, this is exactly how you play Daytona. Right in the back, just right around, log laps, and then you show your hand towards the end of this race. Exactly what Bobby Rafferty has done. He started coming back into the fray right around 45, 40 to go, and he's been up front ever since.
Going to be interesting how this is going to break down. He likes the top, remember. We'll see what happens when we get to the choose coming up soon. Coming up to 9 laps to go. And it looks like choosing this time. Rafferty, again, does not give up the top. He seems to be having a good rhythm with Joey Beam.
Yeah, he does. Interesting call, though. Understandable, but interesting with the way restarts have really gone.
Oh, and they just delayed it.
Yeah, delayed the green. So we get another lap of caution here.
We have a spin. Robert McKay spun it out on the front straightaway under caution. Here's what happened here.
Huh. Possibly practicing his donuts already?
I think they removed the delayed green at least. So it looks like we will get the restart, even with that. 8 laps to go.
If it wasn't do or die time before, it certainly is now. This is for everything right now. No hold, no bars, just throw everything out the window. Full aggression.
Eight laps to go in this one. It's Rafferty, it's Thornton. Beam, Brennan were the top 4 last time by. They still hold on to top 4 spots, with just with different lines. And Rafferty, the control car from the top. Top didn't get his best of a run to start in the restart zone last time. Inside line being told to move up. Rafferty gets the green. Great run for the outside.
Rafferty isn't going to have any help, though. He's immediately going to pull it down in front of Thornton. And, oh, man, almost 3 wide for second.
That was Brennan getting a little bit darty. Some near contact for Tony Brennan. A little bit of a scary moment. Brennan, one of those in Thunder Racing League action that's won several times for the flat track motorcycles racing. Now trying to get on the bumper of Beam. Coming to 7 laps to go here from Daytona.
He does get to the rear bumper of Beam. Beam now almost even with the 7 of Rafferty, but he is even for that second spot right now. Here comes that outside line. When does Rafferty make his block? When does he show his hand here?
When does he make it? Now Brennan taking Beam 3 wide. Beam dropped out from the top 10. Now look who's going up front.
Oh!
Almost a big wreck there.
Yeah, Caleb Hunt just got walled. He is out. He is out of this race. He is out of the lead draft.
Look who's trying to make a move. It's Zachary Kane. He doesn't have his teammates up front to help, though. Here comes the run from Brennan. Brennan to the bumper of Kane.
Outside line really formed up here. They got 6 cars up there, all nose to tail. And here comes a move from the inside line. That's the 96, I believe. Or no, the 92 of Alec. Nope, just kidding. I lied again.
That is the 96, Andrew Allen. Now a peel out for the lead. Looks like it's Thornton trying to get himself a chance to get up front. Coming up 5 laps to go. The outside. Did we change hands as they try and get something to get going? And look who's up to second. It's Steven McCovitz.
In that 70 machine, who was hurt in an earlier wreck, is now in second place of the Daytona 500, coming to 5 laps to go as they come off of turn number 4. Zachary King in the 51 leads that outside line, but it is currently Bobby Rafferty in the first spot.
A 1-2 at the moment for the Ancient World Gaming cars. But it's Zachary King trying to get momentum high side. He's been bounced around as of late. King looked like one of the dominant factors in the first half of this one. Here comes King. No block from Rafferty. Side by side for the lead. And now they're getting offset.
Here comes McComas and Rafferty, though, on that inside line. They are formed up very well. They're going to get back out into the lead heading into 3.
Nearly dooring each other. A little bit of a scary moment yet again. Pushing up this time is the 70. King has the good run set up. Pulls back Rafferty. King to the point. 4 laps to go.
Zachary King now leads this race. He takes it down to the inside. He's got no help. Here comes Andrew Allen. He's going to stick with Joshua Thornton on that outside line. King now in front of Bobby Rafferty as they try to control this inside line and get back in this race. Joshua Thornton is your leader off of 2.
Thornton now pulls ahead. Has a huge run with the 96. Moving down for the block once again goes Brennan. Now up top side, the 92 of Pollock. They try to reset as the top 2 get a small buffer, coming to 3 to go.
Oh, and look at this. The 27 now behind the 92, who has dumped that 27 car twice today. Christian Barnes now having to work with the 92 of Alex Pollock to get into this race. Bobby Rafferty sends it to the middle 3 wide.
Where does he go? Pollock into the wall.
What did I think? Yeah, yellow flag's out.
Green, white, checkered time as the 31 gets into contact with the 82. And we're under caution for a 2-lap shootout. And we're under yellow.
Yeah, the 82 just gets up into the wall and gets turned off the nose of the 21.
That was right in the middle of the pack too, hence why it was thrown. And that is going to bring us into a green-white checkered finish, Nick. Now it gets nerve-wracking, if it hasn't already.
I've been on the edge of my seat for the last 30 laps. I don't think I could get any more on the edge of my seat, but oh my goodness, this is... I don't know if I'm speechless. I don't even know what to say anymore.
Who's your pick now in this situation, knowing what's at stake here for the green-white checkered?
You know what? I like Tony Brennan. I feel like he's got the car to be able to bring this home. I really like the way the 63 has been making moves so far. I think it's going to be Tony Brennan tonight.
He's been getting more and more daring, I will say, Nick, as this race has gone on.
He has. There's a lot of people in the top 10 to like. Brett Wren was leading earlier. Stephen McComas dealing with that wrist injury was up in second at one point earlier on. A few laps ago, I mean, Bobby Rafferty was leading. Zachary King led a lot of laps early. There's a lot of cars to like, but like I said, I'm sticking with that 63 of Tony Brennan.
2 to go signal, and the green-white checkered is official. If we take the white flag, it's a race to the checkered. If we take a caution before we get to the white flag, we'll get a second attempt. We have 3 available. If we get to the 3rd attempt and there's a caution on the 3rd attempt before we take the white flag, the race would end under yellow.
Actually, no, they have it unlimited for green-white checkered attempts, so we're going to keep going. If they keep wrecking, we're going to keep going.
Unlimited regardless. Good point. Regardless, though, just take the white is the simple method.
Yeah, but the way they've been racing, that seems a little bit easier said than done.
Absolutely.
And we have another retirement. Brock Hawkins has pulled up behind the wall.
So now we'll see what happens. Joshua Thornton started 28th. Andrew Allen started 22nd. Tony Brennan started in 21st. 3 drivers who started in the bottom third of this field, getting all sorted out up front for the win.
And that perfectly encapsulates what you need to do at Daytona. I've said it multiple times tonight. Survival of the fittest.
Zachary King's going to be one to keep an eye on for this restart. What lane do you choose, though, for this, knowing what's at stake for the green-white-checkered?
Oh, man. If I'm in the car, I'm thinking bottom here. You got to look at who you have behind you as well. You got Tony Brennan, who's shown that he can push. If you take the outside, you may have Zachary King behind you, depending on what line he decides to choose. But if I'm the leader, I'm taking the inside.
Here we go. The choose. Top 3 choose the bottom. Zachary King is the first to go up top side. It looks like Bobby Rafferty will join, so the Chevy's on the inside, the Ford on the outside.
Oh, and look who Zachary King's got right behind him, Bobby Rafferty. I like this decision from Zachary King.
We're going to reset. Thornton, King, your front row. Then it's Allen and Rafferty. Then it's going to be Brennan and Pollock, Barnes and McComas. Then you have Wren and Ullman. Amongst your top 10 starting spots here.
All right, I think we're past the point of needing nitroglycerin pills. I think we just need a defibrillator. There we go, on standby.
It's time to have high pressure, high heart pace moments here. This is about to get very wild here, Nick, once again. But now it's going to be, can they set it up just right for the run? There was a drag race already in the duels. Will we see a drag race for the win here?
I feel like we will. I feel like we got a photo finish on our hands. I got a feeling in the pit of my stomach. We got a photo finish coming up.
Four hands on the wheel. Zachary King saying over the radio. It's time to get up on the wheel. This is for the winner. First of unlimited green-white checkered attempts in the MRL 500. In control is Thornton. King to the outside. Pace car is off. Lights are on. Green, green, green. Good run from the inside. Outside tries to get bound up quickly.
Zachary King already going down to try and side draft that 96. And he does a pretty good job of it. Andrew Allen now separated from the 29 of Joshua Thornton.
Here comes the block. 3 wide. Splitting them 3 wide. Thornton gets split. Now side drafted is Allen. To the lead goes Kane as Rafferty jumps to second. Now they block to the bottom.
Rafferty blocks, King blocks, Rafferty goes back up top. He's got teammate help behind him, Stephen McComas, now behind the 7 of Dylan Rafferty. Behind them, they got John Ullman. Zachary King now on that inside line. We're coming to the white flag. Caution on the racetrack.
We'll do this again. Caution is out for a second green-white checkered. Isaac Brock turned around from the 17th or so spot. So the birthday boy gets turned around for the caution flag here, Nick, and we'll do this again.
Oh my goodness, I don't think I can handle another green-white checker here.
Got turned around with the 88. Contact with Robert McKay. The lane wasn't there, it looked like.
They tried to block the run. McKay going through the middle 3 wide. Nowhere the 21 could have gone.
So it puts us back under yellow. And That's going to be huge when it comes to the front row, to say the very least, with this restart possibly. Here's a look from the 88 as he got bounced around hard. And the cause caution is being called on the 88. By the way, you're seeing all the people in pit road. A lot of people starting to join pit road as the faster pairs run out. Continuing to pace around here as Rafferty McComas up front here, Nick. Two teammates. Now what do you do, especially knowing you have a whole team conglomerate controlling the front?
You're at the point of this race where you still want to work with your teammates, but it's also the fact of it's the Daytona 500. It's the biggest race of the year. So if I'm in the car and I'm sitting second, I'm going for this win. I don't care. Daytona 500 winner is forever. I mean, yeah, you can be remembered for being a good teammate and finishing second, but you're going to be remembered a lot longer for winning the 500.
Isaac Brock has parked it. He's now done. EOL Pelney, Reggie Kine has had issues. So the 9 having to come down. We're down to about 18 cars left. Reminder, today's action is brought to you in part by a few partners, including THDesigns. Also brought to you in part by Wade's Cycles in Columbus, Indiana, and by Sofa News. I'd like to thank all the presenting partners for being a part of this season opener here tonight. But we're coming up to the choose this time, Nick. Bobby has a teammate behind. Do they choose the top or the bottom?
I feel like they're going to stick to the top here. Rafferty has been running that top line ever since he got up front with about 40 to go. I feel like these two take the top here.
We've seen Bobby prefer the top. Look at this here. The blimp driver is Brennan Edstrom here tonight. Some beautiful shots from the blimp.
Getting a good look at that sunset there.
Very orange.
Very, very orange.
Here's going time. As Bobby was on the seam the whole time.
Oh no. Oh no.
Waiting to hear from race control.
There's no way. Oh no.
EOL, Bobby Rafferty.
Wow. That puts Stephen McComas in a great spot here. Now remember, if you're just tuning in, McComas was involved in a huge wreck earlier in this race, and he's racing with what we think is either a hurt finger or a hurt wrist.
Or
possibly
hand.
broken. Or hand. Possibly broken somewhere, but Stephen McComas in that 70 machine, racing injured, and he is up front leading the Daytona 500.
Bobby Rafferty confirmed he was speaking with his child at the time of the restart when he ran through the zone. McComas not front with Uben. Now it's going to be huge if the 70 was able to break through here. 2 laps to go again here in the MRL 500.
I'm at the point where I have no clue what's getting ready to happen. I still like my pick from earlier, Tony Brennan sitting down in that 5th spot. I like the way he's been running tonight. Let's see if he's able to get it done here as we're coming to the restart.
McComas up front. He controls the field now with the outside line. Green flag is out. Kane tried to jump it. Gets to the bumper. 2 laps to go again.
Zachary King, and he's got a teammate behind him in the 27 of Christian Barnes. That outside line is formed up. They got 3 cars. McComas is clear of the 34 on that inside line.
Thomas now blocking a little bit, trying to crowd the middle. Does anybody try and ditch him? The 51 still trying to push himself clear. Now he is. King takes a poke. King takes the move. Contact as King goes to the lead.
3 wide right behind the 70 as now the 24 of Brett Wren gets sent 3 wide. McComas now on that middle line. 3 wide coming off of 4, coming to the white flag.
Final time around, if we take the white, it's a race to the checkered. They do take the white flag. Crash behind him as the 70 slide to the grass. Slams into the safer barrier. Several more scatter underneath the apron. But the battle is on for the win. Zachary King has a teammate in Barnes right behind as they work the way to 2.
Coming off of turn number 2, Zachary King still leads. The 34 of John Ullman hops to the outside. Everyone behind him hops to the outside. King goes for the block. Ullman goes low, and King blocks again. Contact 3 wide for second place.
Here comes Thornton. He's got a big boost. King tries to hug the bottom. He gets bumped to the corner. Final straightaway. Joshua Thornton gets the run. He turns King. They bounce around. King gets bounced. It is going to be Brett Wren who takes the win by 3/1000ths of a second. Wow.
Jaw on the floor.
I don't think he's got any react. I think he's stunned.
I don't think he knows he's won.
I don't know if he even realizes it either.
I don't think Brett Wren realizes he won that race.
Let's take a look at this. And he got pushed underneath the O line for those wondering, obviously.
Wow.
Yeah, Thornton tried. Got bounced around a fair bit. But it comes down to this drag race right here as the 51 tries to save it.
By that much. Wow.
Unreal finishes. Brett Wren burns it on down. Sprays some mud all over the racetrack for good measure. Might have popped the motor a little bit here. Oh, we'll try it again. Why not? Again, unofficially, 3/1000ths of a second for the 24. Let's take a break. We'll be back with post-race results after this. You're watching the MRL 500 from Daytona.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Daytona for post-race coverage for the MRL 500 here at Daytona. Race results are unofficial. Again, keyword unofficial. The finish is currently under review, according to race control. Right now, Wren is the one up front over Zachary Kane and Joshua Thornton. Again, unofficial is the key word. Those top three may shuffle here depending on what happens. Christian Barnes finished off in 4th. Tony Brennan, the top 5. Andrew Allen in 6th. Then it's Ullman, Pollock, McKay, White, your top 10.
Finishing off in 11th, David Wallace. Joey Beam down in 12th position. Rafferty, after leading a good chunk of the last part of that race, finishes in 13th spot. Adam Holston, your pole sitter, ends up 14th tonight. Reggie Kime, not able to go for number 4, ends up in 15th spot. Jared Knopsnyder in 16th with Ben Apperly 17th. Stephen McComas with the hurt wrist finishing off in 18th. Isaac Brock 19th, and Derek Jewett is going to finish off 20th.
21st spot, unofficially going the way to Brock Hawkins. Then Hunt, Goodpaster, Moyer, Stobe, Espy, along with Jan Stroker, Tucker III, and Craig Hawkins. The 30-car lineup unofficially after 207 laps of racing here on VSPEED. So again, the results unofficial here, Nick. It's been an interesting night so far, to say the very least. It's going to be curious what they decide from the race control side.
Yeah, unsure I'm not too sure what the holdup is. I think they're just reviewing.
We just got it. Official. Brett Wren officially does get the win. Race control is officially given Brett Wren as your winner here. Brett, you win the MRL 500. How's it feel?
Unfreaking real. This is my first time in a
Brett,
league. I
you
just
have
started.
A copy.
Yeah, he's talking.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, it's just super unreal. I mean, I just joined Nine Racing just a little over a month ago. It's first league. Definitely did not expect a win here today, but I got to give it up to the 5-star racing team being there supporting me, and we've all helped each other throughout the race, especially during that stage 2 win.
Yeah, an exciting finish here in this one. What was going through your mind in those final corners as things got very hectic out of the final corner?
Honestly, I had one of our guys that ended up leaving the race spot, and then I was just trying to listen to him and focus. I saw an opening there on the bottom, and everybody was wrecking, and I just tried to gas it through it to get that win. So that's just how it happened.
With that being said, you start things off great for the iRacing portion of the Mystic Racing League. Atlanta's up next. Your thoughts on Atlanta Super Speedway?
I'm ready to go and see how things go. I know we have a great team where we're at here. And as long as we work together, I'm sure we'll end with a victory.
Any shout-outs you'd like to give here tonight?
Yeah, I mean, shout out to our team. Shout out to my sponsor, Fall Creek Plumbing. This has been a great ride this last week, so I'm looking forward to what's coming up next.
Congratulations once again on the victory here today.
Thank you, boys.
Brett Wren comes away with the win here today. Gets the job done in a drag race over Zachary Kane, who's with Nick.
Zachary King, you ended up leading the most laps on the night, sitting at 44 total. Led a good chunk early on in this race. What more could you have done there at the end to just get that extra 0.003 of a second you needed?
Not get turned by a dick. Sorry for the language, but not get turned. Just right rear hooked me. Nothing I could have did. It is what it is.
Well, you had yourself an interesting race, had a couple of accidents early on in this event, but were able to come home in second place and start your season off on a good note, sitting second in points. Overall, how was the race for you, knowing that you ended up leading the most laps on the night?
Yeah, just upsetting what happened. But it is what it is. Definitely happy for how we ran today. I knew we had a fast car from the duels, and I would definitely carry it over. At first, it was a little scary not being up front, but once we got to the front, I knew once I had Jeffrey and Christian behind me, I knew we were going to be a force to be reckoned with. And then we lost Jeffrey late. And yeah, it just sucks, you know.
Well, looking forward to next week. You get to hit up another restrictor plate track at Atlanta. How are you feeling for that one?
I've had a very good career at Atlanta, the new Atlanta at least. You know, we're just gonna still do what we did this here. Just hope we don't get turned that time. But yeah, I mean the accidents we had early on in the race it was just pushing, but it is what it is. I'm sorry for the guys that I did wreck with those incidences, but I mean I was just pushing, and I felt like I was fine pushing, and all of a sudden it was bang, and the field was wrecked, and I was like, oh my god, I didn't want to wreck anybody, which just sucks, but it is what it is.
And lastly, any shout outs you'd like to give?
Yes, I would actually like to shout out my my sponsor, Gilbert's Fleet and Commercial. The General, K1 Speed, Blue Jay Creative, my Uncle Bob. And yeah, just wish we could have brought it home in a better position than P2, wish we would have P1. We're leading coming out of 4, leading at the pit road wall, and just get hooked, and it is what it is.
Well, congratulations on the second place either way. Heartbreaking way to lose by 3/1000ths of a second, but hopefully you can go one better next week at Atlanta. But congratulations on the second place.
Thank you.
Zachary King coming away second spot here today. Third spot going the way of Joshua Thornton. Talk us through that final lap there, Josh, as in the end you finished off in third.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Talk us through that final lap from your perspective, Josh.
Let me tell you what. I don't know where to start. Probably that first restart, the first green-white-checkered. Kind of nervous, but it happened. Whenever we crossed on that last restart, I knew how to make something happen, and I couldn't do it without my teammates. With 96 behind me, which is Andrew Allen, best pusher around. I couldn't think of him much.
Well, overall, talk to us about what was going through your mind as the race went on and progressed tonight. As this one seen a lot of shuffling, a lot of back and forth in terms of lines. What was going through your mind as you got yourself into the conversation late?
Just try to stay clean as much as I could. Really, I got into one incident earlier. It happens. It's Daytona. Try to have a good mindset through. With about 20 to go, and it's a dash, and I couldn't. Like I said, I can't do it without my teammates.
Well, your thoughts on Atlanta next week?
Fast. Might be the same thing as Daytona. It's another super speedway. Well, looking forward to Atlanta. Really. Good luck to everybody else out there, and good race to everybody. Thank you for having me on.
Anyone I want to give a shout out to?
My teammates. Teammates are key. Shout out to Andrew and Isaac. Appreciate you guys. Couldn't do it without you.
Congratulations on the run here tonight.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you for having me.
Joshua Thornton and rounding out your top three. I'd like to take the time to thank the entire top three for speaking with us during post-race coverage here on VSPEED. Your final thoughts tonight, Nick, as next week we keep up the super speedway racing at Atlanta.
Yeah, that was all over the place. That race started out a little bit slow with a couple of wrecks there in the first stage, and finally they ended up calming it down in stage 2, and that ended up being probably one of the best plate races I've seen in a while on iRacing. So really happy with the way that race went, and I'm so excited for next week.
Again, that's going to be February the 7th, 8:15 p.m. start time. Be sure to tune in here on VSPEED. It's just about time to say goodbye here for tonight's action. For all of us at VSPEED, for tonight's sponsors in THDesigns and Wade Cycles and Sofa News, for Nick Stein, for our producer DJ Lyon, I'm Justin Prince saying so long. Enjoy the rest of your day or evening. You've been watching coverage of the MRL 500 from Daytona. Congratulations to your winner, Brett Wren. He picks up the win by 3/1000 of a second here at the World Center of Racing.